The skull I shoved aside to get my elbow free said thank you, and that is how I learned what I was now. I had been digging for 8 days by that point, and I had shoved a great many skulls out of my way. Not one of them had ever had an opinion about it. This one said her name was Halvi, daughter of Roth, third shield of the Harrow Gate. Then she asked whether the war was over yet, and she asked it the way a patient asks whether the doctor has been round. I would like to say I answered her kindly. What I did was scream, and it came out of my throat as a sound like a barn door in a wind, and it went on some time. Then I looked at the arm I had been digging with for 8 days and saw it properly for the first time. It was bone. It was longer than a tall man, with 4 joints where there should have been 3. Somewhere behind my breastbone, something that had been asleep a very long while woke up and said, "Oh good, it can hear itself." Then it said, "You have been digging with the wrong claw all week, boy. That one is the fork." That was Varix. I did not know it yet. All I knew was that I was in a hole full of dead soldiers with a voice in my chest, that my hand was a claw the size of a plow blade, and that a woman named Halvi was still waiting in the dark for somebody to tell her how the battle had gone. So I told her the truth, which was that I had no idea. Then I asked how long she had been down here, and she said, since the spring. I asked which spring. She went quiet for a long while, and I sat in the dark with a skull in my palm and listened to my own ribs settle, and I understood I was not going to like the answer when it came. The voice in my chest wanted to know whether I had finished screaming, because it had waited 800 years for somebody to talk to, and would prefer that somebody had a working mind. I asked what it was. It said its name was Varix, that it had been the second to last bone dragon this world ever made, and that it was at present a skull wedged in my sternum like a walnut in a fist. I asked what the last one was, and got a pause of the sort that costs money. "You," it said. "Congratulations, you are the whole of it, and you are broken." A bone dragon, it said, is a heap of dead soldiers with a wanting in the middle, and the wanting is supposed to be about as clever as weather. You are down here having a conversation. I said I did not feel clever. Varix said that made 2 of us, and that I should try lifting my head, since it had been 3 days since I bothered, and the view was better than I deserved. I lifted my head. The chamber went up and back further than the light in my eye sockets could carry, and ribs the size of roof beams arched over me, and they were mine. Under them, packed shoulder to shoulder from the wall to wherever the dark started, lay men. Thousands of them, laid in rows by somebody who had cared enough to lay them in rows and had then run out of time or heart, because at the far end, the rows became a heap. I had spent 8 days digging up through that heap, believing it was rubble. Varix said I might want to sit down for what came next, then corrected itself and said no. In fact, I had been sitting down for 8 days. And that was rather the trouble with me. I asked whose barrow this was. Varix said mine, obviously, since it was made out of me, and that a dragon barrow gets built once, and then whatever war comes along next tips its dead in on top for the luck of it. This war, it said, had tipped in a great deal. I asked how many. Varix said it had stopped counting somewhere in the 2nd summer, and that if I wanted a number, I should ask one of them, because they all keep count and cannot help it. It is the trade. So I did. I turned Halvi over in my palm and asked how many had come down here with her, and she said, "We were 1100 at the gate in the morning." I do not know what we were by dark, she said, because by dark I was under a horse and the horse was under a wall. Then she said, "Please, is it over?" Everything afterwards runs off what I did next. So I will be honest. In my first life, I sat with dying people for 20 years, which is work that sounds like kindness and is mostly arithmetic. You learn very fast that almost nobody wants comfort. They want an answer, and where there is no answer, they want you to say so out loud instead of stroking their hand. So I said, "Halvi, I do not know. I have been awake 8 days, and I do not know the year or the country or what I am. When I find out, I will come back and tell you." She said, "All right, that is fair." Then she said, "You sound like a physician." And I laughed, and my laugh knocked 100 weight of dirt off the roof and buried my own foot. Varix said we would work on that. I learned the rule by accident, which is how I learned everything that month. I set Halvi on a ledge of clay to shift the fall off my hind leg, put my other claw on a helmet 3 rows over, and a man inside that helmet began talking about his sister. Halvi stopped in the middle of a word, and I said her name twice with my hand still on the helmet and got nothing back at all, and for about 4 seconds I thought I had killed her. I picked her up again and she came back at once, mid-word, exactly where she had been, and the man in the helmet went out like a snuffed lamp. I did it 4 more times because I did not believe it. Halvi grew tired of being switched on and off and said so. "One," said Varix. "You get one. Put your paw on 1,000 of them, and you will still get one, because the room in you is the size of a walnut at present, and I should know. I am sitting in it." I asked how a person got more room. Varix said that was the first sensible noise I had made, and it would tell me later, because there was somebody digging above us. I said nothing at all. Varix said, "Listen with the ground, not with the ear. You do not have ears. It is one of the things I have been trying not to mention." I put my jaw against the floor of the barrow, and the world came in through the bone. Picks, 4 of them, working a shaft down through the crown of the mound from the south side, and they had been at it a while. The strokes were tired and irregular, and the men swinging them had stopped talking to one another, the way men do at the end of the 3rd day of anything. I asked Halvi whether she knew anything about that. "They came in the winter as well," she said. "They took my sword, and they took Roth's ring off my hand." She said it evenly, like weather. "I could not tell them to stop, because they cannot hear us. Only you can hear us. I have been down here a very long time," she said, "and you are the first thing that ever answered." I said that could not be right. Halvi said, "They walk on us. They stand on my chest to reach the bracket where the standards hung, and they talk about supper, and last winter one of them sat down on my face to eat a pie. So no, it is right." Varix said, "Welcome to the trade." The shaft broke through above the north end an hour later, and a rope came down with a lamp on it, and the lamp swung and threw the whole chamber into moving shadow. I lay very still at the deep end, where a heap of bone looks like a heap of bone. 5 of them came down. I counted the boots. The one in front was a wide man in a good coat that had belonged to somebody else, and he came down the rope one-handed, with a bar hooked through his belt. The moment his boots touched the clay, he began giving orders in a low, flat voice that carried further than shouting would have. Gat, one of the others called him. "Gat, this one has a buckle." "Leave the buckles," Gat said. "Buckles are for men who enjoy walking. Find me officers. Officers get buried with their mouths shut and their hands full." They worked and they were good at it, and that was what I had not braced for. One of them had a little iron rod, which he ran along the jaws in a row, tapping for gold, the way a man runs a stick along a fence. Alvi said, "That one is called Perrin. He is new. He was sick the first time." I asked how she knew his name. "Because they say each other's names in front of us all day long," she said. "We are furniture. There is not a crew works this mound whose names I do not have." And then Gat came down our row. He set his lamp on the clay ledge and put his boot on Halvi's brow to hold her steady, and took the bar off his belt. "He is going to take my teeth now," Halvi said, in my hand in that flat, even voice. "He took the left ones in the winter. I did nothing, and I want that on the record ahead of anything else I ever did. I was 8 days old, I had one arm free, and the rest of me under 2 tons of a war, and the voice in my chest was saying, 'Do not move. Do not move.'" And a woman I had known for 2 hours mentioned quite calmly that a man was about to put a crowbar in her mouth, and I lay there and let him. The sound was small. That is what I had not prepared for. I had expected a noise to match the size of it, and it was a small dry crack, like a pot lid. Gat held the jaw up to the lamp and turned it and made an approving noise. "Gold on the left came out sweet in the winter," he said, "and here is the right to match it. I told you this row was worth the 3rd day." Then he dropped the rest of her on the clay. Halvi did not scream. She said, "Oh." Then she said, "I am sorry. I think I am going to be poor company for a while." Then she said nothing at all, and the quiet where her voice had been was the loudest thing in that barrow. I said her name, not in my head, but out of my throat with the whole of me behind it, and what came out was not a scream this time, but a word, and the word was Halvi, daughter of Roth, 3rd shield of the Harrow Gate. The lamp went over. Perrin sat down hard in the spoil and pushed himself backwards with his heels and never took his eyes off the dark because his grandfather had made him learn the roll of the Harrow Gate at 9 years old, and the mound had just recited it back to him. Then the rest of me moved. I did not order it. 8 days of digging had put my claws on some considerable number of those men, and whatever runs between us ran all at once, and the whole floor of that chamber stood up. Ought to fight. There was no fight in them and none in me. 1,100 people simply turned over in their beds, and the sound of it went up the walls the way water goes up a wall, and the men in that shaft were of one mind with me about it. 4 of them made the rope. The 5th was a thin man who ran the wrong way, into the deep end, into me, and he hit my forelimb at a dead run and went down, and he lay under a rib the size of a roof beam, making a noise I had heard in wards. I picked him up. He weighed nothing, and I have never got used to that. I carried him back down the chamber with his boots dragging through 1,100 people and set him at the foot of the shaft, upright on his feet, facing the rope. Then I let go of him. He did not move for a long moment. Then he went up that rope faster than any of them. Gat's voice came down from the top, and it was not shaking, and I have thought about that since more than almost anything. Right, he said. Nothing down there but marrow and bad air, and marrow does not stop a cart. Peg the shaft, he said. We come back Thursday with the cart and a priest, and if the priest wants extra, he can dig it himself. Then the lamps went up and out, and the dart came back from every direction at once. Her jaw was gone, and her sword was gone, and Roth's ring had been gone since the winter, and there was not one single thing in that chamber I could give her. So I did the only work I have ever known how to do. I sat down on the floor of my own grave with what was left of a shield of the Harrow Gate in my palm, and I stayed, because somebody has to sit with them and there was nobody else. Some hours later, through the ground, I heard a horse leave the valley heading north, ridden a great deal too hard for a man with nothing to sell. The shaft was the width of a man with his elbows out, and I was the width of a barn, and by the second hour of trying, I had made it wider by a hand and made myself shorter by 1 rib. Varric said I was going at it like a dog at a rabbit hole, and that if I insisted on continuing, I should at least stop using the fork. I asked which one was the fork again. The one with the 4 joints, boy, it said. The one you have been digging with all week. I have explained this, and I do not intend to explain it twice. So, the shovel is the flat one, I said. And Varric said, the shovel is the flat one. Yes, well done. We are getting somewhere. Only 9 days behind schedule. Then a voice from the clay ledge said, he does not know his own hands apart, and he has been alive over a week. That is not a good sign in a physician. I had her in my palm before she finished the sentence. I would ask you not to shout, Halvi said. My head is not what it was, and I laughed hard enough to bring more of the roof down on my own foot, and she said it had been funnier the first time. Bowen, alendas ginya train. I want you to understand about that morning, because it is the only cheerful thing in the whole account, and it did not last. She had lain in the dark since a spring she could not name, and a man had put a bar in her mouth 6 hours before, and she was making jokes about it before I had my own hands sorted out. I asked whether it had hurt. She said yes, and then she said, do not do that. Do not do what? I said. Do not ask a soldier whether it hurt, she said, unless you mean to do something about it. Ask me what I need. Then either get it or tell me plainly that you cannot. I can see why fry. I said I could not get her jaw back. She said, good, that is the first thing anybody has told me in years that was worth the air, and now I know what you are for. Eric's, which had been quiet an unusual while, said that if we had finished the ward round, it would like to explain to me exactly how dead I was, and I said I thought I had a fair idea, and it said no, boy, you do not. There are men in this world who raise the dead, it said. There have been for 1,000 years. There is a whole trade in it, and in most places, it is not even against the law. Every last one of them, it said, raises a thing that stands up and does what it is told and nothing else. No name, no trade, no opinion about the weather, and no jokes about its own jaw. Call them the standing, said Varric, and they are worth about what a wheelbarrow is worth, and they do not talk, because there is nobody in there to do the talking. I said that Halvi was talking. I am aware, said Varric, and there was a pause with weight in it, and then it said the thing that took me a month to properly hear. In 800 years, I have watched perhaps 40 men work that trade, it said, and not one ever got a name back out of a dead mouth. I have watched them try. I have watched 2 of them go mad trying. What you did in the dark last night is not rare, it said. It is impossible, and you did it with your elbow, by accident, while complaining about the ceiling. I asked what that made me, and Varric said, defective, and sounded rather pleased about it. A bone dragon is a war that got up, it said. It is not supposed to think. it is supposed to want. Last 4 of us wanted territory, it said, and we were extremely good at it, and not one of us could have held a conversation about breakfast. You have a mind in you, and a mind is a hole in the hull. Everything that ever comes at you, it said, will come at you through that hole. I said I would try to plug it. Varix asked with what, and I had no answer at all, and it said that was precisely the difficulty. Then I dug. I am not going to describe the digging, because there were 4 days of it, and it was the least interesting work of my 2 lives. I did it with my mind somewhere else entirely, in a corridor with a green floor at 4 in the morning. That was the trade I had. Nights mostly, for 20 years. Before that, I carried a bag through places where people were taken apart by machinery, and I was good at that too. And it is young man's work, and it does not last. So I came inside, and I took the night ward. The night ward is where people die, because people die at 4 in the morning. They simply do. Nobody has ever explained it to me, and I stopped asking. The work is not what people think. There is very little heroism in it, and a great deal of paperwork and turning people over, and a smell that gets into your coat and comes home with you. Mostly, what you do is sit in a chair beside a bed and stay awake while somebody else does the hardest thing they will ever do, and you do not leave the room. That is the entire skill. Anyone can learn it, and almost nobody wants to. Varix asked what I was chewing on. I said nothing, and it said, "You have stopped digging twice in an hour, and you are a poor liar." And I said that if it wanted the story, it could have it, and it said it had 800 years free. So I gave it. The corridor and the green floor, and the fire that started in the laundry on the ground floor and came up the lift shaft the way fire does, and the 14 people on my ward, 11 of whom could not walk. I got 9 of them out. I have gone over the other 5 more often than is useful, and I can tell you their names, and I'm not going to, because they are not in this story and they have had enough. The last time I went in, the stair had gone. There is a stretch in there I do not remember at all, and after it, I was on my back on a floor I could not see, with the smoke going over me like weather. I could hear people working 2 rooms away. Nobody came. I will not dress that up. I had sat with dying people for 20 years, so that none of them would have to do it in an empty room. And when my turn came, I did it in an empty room. Varix said nothing for a while, which from Varix is a great deal. Then it said, well, that is the sort of joke this world makes when it is really trying. Then I asked it a question I have asked perhaps 100 times since, and the answer has never once improved. I asked how it was still awake after 800 years, when it was a skull in a hole, and nothing had touched it, and nobody had asked it anything. The silence that came back had a shape to it. Because I was not finished, Varix said, in a voice I had not heard out of it before, and then it changed the subject to masonry with such violence that the rest of the day went on the shaft. I let it go. I have thought since that this was the laziest thing I ever did, and it cost a great many people a great deal, and I will come back to it. That night, 90 miles north, in a room over a tannery that smelled the way tanneries smell, Gat sat with his coat off and counted a jaw's worth of gold onto a table for a man in a gray hood. The man in the gray hood did not want the gold. He wanted the other thing. He wanted what the mound had said, and he asked for it twice, and the second time he asked, he had stopped pretending to be bored. Gat told it plainly, because Gat was a plain man about his trade. He did not embroider, and he did not swear it was a spirit. He said the mound had spoken a name, a full name with a house and a rank in it, and that a boy on his crew had known that name before the mound said it. Say the name, said the man in the gray hood, and Gat said the name cost extra. The second purse came onto the table without the man in the gray hood looking at it, or at Gat, or at anything but the middle distance. That is how I found out, a long while afterwards, what my going rate had been on the first day anybody alive knew I existed. I came out of the ground on the 4th evening, through the crown of the mound, and I brought a good deal of the crown out with me. I would like to say I stood on top of my own grave, and looked at the world and felt something enormous. What I did was fall over sideways, because I had spent 9 days leaning on rubble, and there was suddenly nothing to lean on. I went down the south face in a slide of turf and old brick and finished in a thorn bush at the bottom of it. Varix said that in 800 years it had never once been in a thorn bush, and that it would like this noted. The valley ran south and east, and it was green, and it was full of sheep, and that was the thing I could not make sit right in my head. Whatever had happened here had happened long enough ago that somebody was grazing it. There was a cart track. There were hurdle fences with the grass eaten flat along them. Away down where the ground leveled, there were lights, 30 or 40 of them, and smoke going up straight in the still evening from a village that had clearly been there a while. Varric said the village was called the Wet Ford, that it had stood at that crossing since before the war, that the people in it had eaten off this mound for 200 years, and that I should not on any account expect gratitude. I asked what it meant, eaten off it. Then I found out without help, because I had come down the south face, and the south face is where the crews tip what they cannot sell. There were people in that field, not buried, tipped, stripped of everything that would take a price and thrown down the slope in the dark by men in a hurry, and the grass had come up through some of them and not through others. The newest were a week old at the most, and they still had the shape of a person, and one of them was lying with his arm across another one, in a way that no man falls by accident. I stood over them a long time. Behind me, the mound was quiet, and 1,100 people were inside it, and I had one name and room for exactly one, and Thursday was 2 days off. Do not, said Varix. You have no notion what 100 at once would do to you. There is a reason the room is the size it is, boy, and you are standing in a field full of reasons. I put my hand down on the nearest of them anyway, and a young man's voice said, "Oh, thank God, are you from the Ford? Because my brother is down here somewhere, and he gets frightened in the dark." His name was Tobin, and he had been a carter for the Ford, and he wanted to know about his brother, and I had to tell him inside the first minute that I could not go and look, because if I let go of him, he would stop. He took that better than I did. He said, "All right, so hold on to me and think." And I said that was the most useful thing anybody had said to me in 9 days. Trouble was arithmetic, and it was ugly. I had room for one. Tobin was in that room. Halvi had been in that room an hour ago and was not now, and I had put her out of it myself by reaching down into the grass without asking her first. I went back up the slope and picked her up and told her exactly what I had done and exactly why, and I did not soften any of it, because it turns out I cannot. That came later with a name attached. At the time, I simply found that the lie would not leave my mouth. Halvi heard it out. Then she said, "So you can hold one of us, and there are 1,100 in the mound, and I do not know how many in the grass, and you came back up this hill to ask my permission." I said yes. She said, "That is a very stupid use of an hour, and I want it on the record that I told you so, and now put me down and go and work." I said I would come back. She said, "Everyone says that." And then she said, "But you will, because you are dull about it." And that was the first compliment anybody paid me in this life. So I put her on the ledge, and I went down into the grass with her, not in the room, and the quiet where she had been followed me all the way down. Eric said, "If you are determined to do this, at least do it in a straight line and keep count, because the only thing worse than a fool is a fool who has lost his place." So I did it in a straight line, and I kept count, and I am going to give you the count, because the count is the only reason any of the rest of it ever happened. Tobin was one. He told me his brother had a bad hand and a laugh you could hear across a yard, and I said I would find him, and Tobin said, "Do not promise that, promise you will look." So I promised I would look. I laid Tobin out flat with his arms at his sides, which took me most of a quarter hour, because a claw the size of a plow blade is a poor instrument for laying anybody out, and I broke his left forearm doing it and had to apologize. Then I let go of him and reached for the next. The next was 2, and she was called Ness, and she had run a boat at the crossing, and she wanted to know who had her rings. I said a man called Gat had a bar and a lamp and a good coat, and she said, "Oh, Gat," and then she used a word I had not heard in either life. 3 was an old man named Dole, who had been dead a good deal longer and had grown up through with grass, and he did not want anything. He wanted to talk about a dog. I let him talk about the dog for a while, and it is one of the few decisions from that week I am completely at peace with. 4 was a boy with a bad hand, and I did not have to look for him at all, because he was 11 feet from his brother in the same tip, and the crews had thrown them out on the same night. His name was Wick. I told him Tobin was 4 yards up the slope. He said, "It's that. Is he cross with me?" I said I would ask, and Wick said, "Do not actually." And I put him down before I understood that he had asked me not to. By the 5th, I had the shape of it. By the 7th, I understood something worse. Every one of them, the moment they had breath, asked the same 3 things in the same order. What year is it? Is the war over? Did anybody come back for me? I could not answer the first. I could not answer the second. And by the 7th, I had begun answering the third with a yes that was not true. And Varric stopped me at it. "You cannot," it said. Not you cannot, as in you ought not. You cannot. Put your hand on the 8th and try to tell him his wife looked for him and hear what comes out. I put my hand on the 8th and tried, and what came out of my throat was, I do not know whether anybody came back for you. And the man said, thank you. That is all I wanted. And something in my chest went very cold. Varric said, the road runs both ways, boy. They feel you the way you feel them. You are now the most honest liar on this continent, and it is going to cost you more than you can currently imagine. The 8th was a farrier called Sten. The 9th was a woman whose name I am going to leave out, for reasons that will make sense later, and she was the 9th, and when I put my hand on her, something in my spine wrote itself down, and I went over sideways into the grass with a noise like a barn falling. I have tried 100 times to say what a gate feels like, and the closest I get is this. Imagine standing in a room with your shoulders hunched for a week without ever knowing your shoulders were hunched, and then the ceiling goes up. Varric said, oh. It said it very quietly, and in 800 years, I do not think it had said anything quietly before. Then Tobin sat up. He sat up 4 yards up the slope with his arms still at his sides where I had laid them, and Ness sat up, and Dole sat up complaining about his knee, and Wick sat up and looked over at his brother and did not say anything. And all 9 of them were in the room at once, and the room was not full. 9, said Varric. 9 is the second gate. You will not come apart in the daylight anymore, which you would have discovered tomorrow in a manner you would not have enjoyed. I asked how many gates there were. Varric said, more, and then it said, ask me at 40, and would not be moved off it. That was Wednesday. I spent what was left of the night, walking a spoil field with 9 people following me at their own pace, and arguing about the year, and Halvi came back into the room at dawn without being put there, and said, well, and I said, 9, and she said, then you had better tell me what Thursday is. The cart came down the valley at the middle of the morning with 4 horses on it, which told me, before anything else did, that they meant to fill it. Gat was on the box. He had 11 men, which was 6 more than he had brought on the 3rd day, and he had a priest. The priest rode a gray mule at the back and wore a coat the color of wood ash, and he did not look at the mound the way the others looked at it. The others looked at it the way men look at a job. He looked at it the way you look at a horse you are thinking of buying. Gat stood on the box and gave out the work in that low, flat voice, and it carried up the slope to me exactly as it had carried in the barrow. Shaft first, he said, rope and cradle. Nothing comes up that is not gold, iron, or teeth. And Paran, if you are sick again, you walk home. And he said the thing that made up my mind for me, and he said it entirely without malice, which is what I have never been able to get past. Mind the tip on the south face, he said. Do not put the cradle down through there. We will want that ground clear when we come back for the mound itself. And Perrin said, is there not people in that? There is nothing in that but old spoil, said Gat, and he turned round to get the harness off, and that was the end of it as far as he was concerned. They were 40 feet from me. I was lying along the top of the tip, with 9 people standing behind me in the grass, in the full light of a Thursday morning, and not one man on that cart had thought to look up. I said, Tobin, and Tobin walked down the slope past my foreleg and stood in front of the horses, and he said in a voice that came out of the air of the valley and crossed it and came back off the hillside on the other side, hello, Gat. I had not known they could do that. I found it out at the same moment as everybody else, and I would like to say I took it better than the horses did. The horses went first. Horses always know before men. The near pair went up and sideways and took the cart round on 2 wheels, and Gat came off the box hard and landed on his shoulder in the wheel rut and stayed down. Ness came next, past me, unhurried, and she stopped where he lay and said, my rings, Gat. The blue one was my mother's, and you sold it in the Ford in the winter for 4 shillings, and I want you to say out loud what you got for it. Then Dole, then Sten the farrier, who did not say anything at all, and somehow that was worse. Then Wick, with his bad hand, who went and stood in front of a man called Ilby and said, you took my boots, and they did not even fit you. I watched you walk in them. 11 men, and every one of them was named out loud in the open air by somebody they had thrown down a slope, and the naming took perhaps a minute and a half, and there was not one blow struck in it. 6 of them ran, 2 of them prayed, which did nothing, and one of them, a big, careful man called Hask, who had been on that crew 9 years, sat down in the grass with his hands loose in his lap and looked at Ness and did not get up again. I had him afterwards from the people of the Ford. His hair came through gray inside a month, and he did not say one word for 3 days, and when he did speak, The first thing he said was a woman's name, and it was not Ness. It was somebody he had done this 2 years before. Perrin did not run either. Perrin stood beside the mule with his little iron rod still in his fist and cried the way a boy cries, standing up with his face perfectly still. Got up out of the rut with his shoulder wrong and did the most frightening thing anybody did that morning. He looked past the 9 of them, up the slope, straight at me, and he found me. Nobody else had. He looked at me for about 3 seconds, and I watched him price me. Then, he took a horse off the traces with one hand, and got up on it and went north. And he left the cart, and he left 8 men, and he left the priest. The priest did not run either. He got off the mule and walked forward through it all with his hands where everybody could see them, and he came past Ness and past Tobin, and stopped at a polite distance from the bottom of the tip. He looked up at me for a while, then he took his hat off, which nobody had done for me in either life. Marrow, he said. Is it Marrow they call you? That is what the man in the coat was telling them in the ford last night, and I would rather use your own name if you have got one. Behind my breastbone, Varric said, do not give it to him. Do not give a man in ash gray anything, boy. Not your name and not the time of day. I asked his name first because 20 years on a ward teaches you that whoever answers second is the one being examined. He said it was Feln, that he was nobody, and that his order would send somebody who was not nobody inside the fortnight. Then he looked past me at Ness, who had her arms folded over Gat's wheel rut, and at Dole, who had sat down on the cart step to rest his knee. They are not standing, he said, in the voice of a man reading back a number he has checked twice. The standing do not fold their arms, and they do not sit down to rest a knee. And I have buried a great deal of the standing. I said they were not the standing. I said their names, all 9 of them, in the order I had learned them, which took a while, and Feln wrote none of it down, and I have thought since that he did not need to. When I had finished, he put his hat back on and said, thank you. Then he said, I am going to tell you the truth, because you have been honest with me, and because you will hear it from somebody less polite inside a month. There is no argument you can make, he said, that my order has not already heard from something with a voice like yours, and there is no city on this continent that has not lost a generation to the last thing that stood in a field and spoke reasonably. Then he got on his mule and rode away south at a walk, which is the pace of a man who is quite certain nothing is going to chase him, and Varric said, well, there it is. That one was the cheap one. A fortnight, the priest had said, and he had said it the way a man says a delivery date. So I went back into the mound that afternoon with 13 days and 1,100 people and no plan whatsoever. Alvi was where I had left her, on the clay ledge, and I want to be clear that I had no idea what was about to happen, and neither did she. I put my hand under her and the room took her, and nothing came out. Nothing came out of my mouth, I mean. It went out into the barrow instead, on its own, without me pushing, and the word it made was her name. And 40 feet down the row, a body under a horse under a wall opened its hand. It took her most of an hour to get out. I could have lifted the wall off in a moment, and she would not let me. She said, if you pull that off me, I will come out in pieces, and I have been under it long enough to know how it sits, so stand there and be useful and hand me my shield. She came up out of that fall on her own, one arm at a time. Then she stood in the rubble in a mail coat that had rusted into a single object with no jaw at all, and looked at her own hands for a while, and then she looked up at the roof and said, oh, that is a dragon. Oben and Ness and the other 7 had come down the shaft behind me and were standing in the dark at the north end, and when Halvi turned round, they went very quiet, and Dole took his cap off, which I had not seen him do for me. Third shield of the Harrow Gate, said Ness. My mother's mother used to say that as a swearing. Halvi said, so did I, and it is a shorter watch than it sounds. And where is the war? Nobody answered her because nobody knew. And that was the first time I understood that I was going to have to find out or spend the rest of a very long life listening to that question. We worked the north end first because the north end was rows. I went along on my forelegs with the roof 6 inches off my back, and I put my hand on each of them in turn. And Halvi walked behind me and wrote nothing down and forgot nothing. The count went up all afternoon. 40 by the time the light through the shaft went orange, and at 40 something in my spine wrote itself down again, and this time I knew what it was, and I still went over into the wall. Ask me at 40, said Varric, you said. Well, here we are, and I notice you are lying in a wall again, and I would like that entered in the record alongside the thorn bush. I asked what was at 40. Varric said, put your hand on somebody who has not woken yet, and do not say anything, and do not want anything, and simply leave it there and wait. I did that. And I saw a road in the rain, and a wagon with a broken axle, and a man kneeling in the mud beside it, working at the hub with a hammer. And I felt the exact moment he heard hooves behind him, and decided not to turn round. I took my hand off that man faster than I have ever moved in either life. Varric said, yes, that is the third gate. Andachod bibes de leistaguar, batsastay. You get to see how, and nobody asked you whether you wanted it, and it does not switch off. And you will want to be careful whose shoulder you lean on for the next few centuries. I asked whether it could be refused. Varric said, no. And then it said, and neither can they, which I did not understand for another 2 hours. We found Audrin in the 4th row from the wall, and I knew before I had my whole hand down that he was wrong, because everyone else in that row had died in the same 3 minutes, and he had not. He came up on one elbow and looked around at the roof and the rows and my leg. And the first thing he said in this world was, this is not a barrow. This is a ledger with the pages torn out. And he said, my name is Audrin. I was clerk of the second table at Hallowden, and I want to know how many are in here, because there are considerably more of us in this room than a battle accounts for. Halvi said, we were 1,100 at the gate. Audrin said, yes, and you are perhaps a fifth of what is on this floor. So either your gate was busier than you remember, or somebody has been using your grave. I liked him immediately, and Halvi did not, and that lasted about 9 days, and then reversed permanently, and I have never got a straight account out of either of them as to why. Audrin had been poisoned. He told me in the same voice he used for everything, which was the voice of a man reading out a column. 19 years of honest books, he said. And then one spring, the second table was asked to lose 400 head of cattle out of the tally, and I would not lose them. I asked what happened. He said, a cup of wine in my own room, which is the lazy way, and then a cart in the dark, and then this. Then he said, what is interesting is not that they killed me, it is where they put me. Anybody can dig a hole, he said, but a hole is a question, and a hole with one man in it is a question with an answer in it. Whereas a war pit is where you put a man when you would like the question itself to stop existing. Halvi said, that is my grave you are describing. Audrin said, yes, and I am sorry, and it is the best hiding place on this continent, and somebody has been using it for 200 years, and I would very much like to know who signs for the cart. I found Tuck on the 5th day, up at the heap end where the rows gave out, and he was 15, and had been 15 for a while, and he had been dead of a beating, which I saw whether I wanted to or not. He came up talking and did not stop for 2 days. He wanted to know what the dragon was. Whether it was mine, whether I had made it, whether he could go up it, whether Ness would mind if he had her boots since she was not using them, and whether there were horses. There was one horse. The crews had left a cart horse in the traces when they ran, and it had been grazing the slope for a week with the harness still on, and Took went up that slope at a dead run to get at it. The horse smelled him at 40 feet and went through a hurdle fence and did not stop until it was across the ford. Tuck stood in the broken fence for a long time. Then he came back down and said it was probably a bad horse anyway, and Varric said, the boy will try that again tomorrow, and he will try it every day for 2 years, and you are not to say one word about it. Which was the first time Varric's ever told me to be kind to anybody, and I have wondered since what it was thinking about. By the 8th day, I had 91 names and a working town of the dead standing about on a hillside with nothing to do, and Halvi had begun putting them into files of 10 because she could not help it. And Audrin had begun a count of the mound that made me feel ill. And on the 8th day, Halvi asked me for something, which she had not done once, and I should have understood from that alone that it was expensive. She said, there is a man in the 3rd row from the north wall with a green cord on his left arm. His name is Roos, and he was my file leader for 9 years, and he was standing beside the marshal when the order came. I want you to bring him up. I asked what order. She said, the one that took us off the gate. And she said it exactly the way she said everything, flat like weather. Then she said, I have carried that 1,100 for a long time, and I would like to know whose it was. And Roos heard the mouth it came out of. So I went and found the green cord, and it was where she said it would be, and I put my hand on him. He came up slowly, not the way the others came up, which was like a man surfacing. He came up the way somebody wakes who has been pretending to be asleep and has heard everything. He said, Halvi. He said it before I had told him anything, which meant he had known she was up there, which meant he had been hearing us for 8 days. I said, she is asking for you. And Roos said, I know. and there was a stretch of quiet after it that I filled up with all the wrong things. Then he said, the thing I have never once been able to argue with, and I have had that argument in my head perhaps 400 times since, and I lose it every time. He said, I have been lying in this dark since the spring, with my file on either side of me, and I have had a very long while to think about the order and about my own part in it, and I have got to the end of my thinking, and I am finished. I said she only wanted a name. He said, I know exactly what she wants, and she is welcome to it, and I am not the man to give it to her, because if I stand up, I have to stand up all the way, and I have had enough. I told him he did not have to stand up. I told him he could lie there and say one word, and I would carry it up the hill myself, and he would never have to see her. And he said, that is a kind offer, and it is not how it works, and you know it is not how it works, because you can feel me the same way I can feel you. Then he said, tell her I held the left. She will know what that means. I want to be honest about the next moment because I made it worse. I did not let go. I held on and I pushed, and I wanted him up the way you want a thing when you are 9 days old and have never yet been refused anything by anybody. And he let me push for about 2 seconds. Then Ruth said, no, and he said it kindly. There was nothing in my hand, not a body, not a skull, not the green cord, grave dirt and a rusted buckle, and a smell like a fire that has been out for a long time, and the shape of a man in the row where a man had been. Varric said, and neither can they. I told you that at 40, boy, and you heard the words and did not hear the sentence, which is a thing you do. I sat in that row a long while, and Varric let me. Then it said, a thing that can be given can be refused, or it is not a gift, it is a rope. You have spent a week handing out the only possession anybody in this hole has left, and it had not once crossed your mind that a man might look at it and decline. I went up the shaft, and I told Halvey. I did not soften it, and I could not have, and I gave her the words in the order he said them, and I gave her the words she was not going to like. She stood there in the evening, with her rusted coat and no jaw, and 1,100 people behind her that she had been carrying since a spring she could not name, and she said, he held the left. Yes, he did. Then she said, thank you for going, and she turned round and started putting the files back in order, and Ness went to say something, and I put my claw down in front of Ness, and Ness stopped. The news went round that hillside before I had got down off it, the way news does among people who have nothing else to do, and by dark every one of the 91 knew that a man in the third row had been offered it and had said no. I had expected them to be frightened by that. What happened instead was that 4 of them came and found me separately over the next 2 days, and each of them wanted to know the same thing, which was whether it had hurt him. Dole was the third. He sat down on a fallen hurdle post and rubbed his knee and said, I want you to understand that I am glad I am up. And then he said, and I thought about it, on the slope, for about as long as it takes to say a name. I asked what had decided him. He said, the dog, and he laughed, and it was not a joke, and I have not once been able to make it into one. Tuck, who was 15 and had been listening from behind a thorn bush the entire time, because Tuck was always behind something, came out and said, I never thought about it, and looked so worried at having got the answer wrong that Dole had to tell him it was not an examination. That night, Odrin came and found me on the south face with his count, and he stood there in the dark with his hands behind his back and gave it to me the way he gave everything, number first. 4,060, he said. That is the floor of the mound, and I have walked all of it twice. Your friend's battle is 1,100. The other 2,960 came in on carts, and they came in over about 200 years, and about half of them were poisoned or hanged, or opened up with a knife. He waited to see if I understood. Then he said it plainly, because he was a clerk and clerks say the total. Somebody built a hole in this valley where questions go to stop, he said, and the whole of this district has been paying into it since before my grandfather, and you have just spent 9 days teaching every one of those questions how to talk. Have put together what happened in the furnace yard at Onmere that autumn out of the mouths of 9 people who were standing in it, and where I have had to guess, I am going to say so. The yard ran 4 furnaces and a rendering shed, and it employed 31 living men, and at the hour the news reached it, there were 206 of the standing in the pens, waiting on a contract for the Tarn Fens. Kest was in the shed with his sleeves rolled, which people who had never met him did not expect. He worked. He was in that shed most days from before light, and he had scars on both forearms from the vats, and the men called him master to his face and Kest behind his back, which is the arrangement of a yard that runs. A standing went out of that yard at 11 crowns green and 18 finished, and a finished one would work a fen for 9 years before it went soft at the joints. A living pitman cost 3 crowns a season and drank half of it, and every so often the roof came down on him and the yard paid his widow. I give you those figures because Kess gave them to everybody. He gave them at his table, he gave them to the licensing men at Haloden, and by every account he gave them to his own conscience most mornings, and the figures were correct, which is the whole difficulty with the man. Saul came in with his hood still up, stood at the end of the bench, and said, "There is a thing at the wet ford, and you want it from the man himself, rather than out of my mouth." Kess did not look up from the vat. He said, "Does it cost me anything?" Saul said, 4 crowns already. Kest said, "Then it had better be the second coming," and went on with what he was doing, and that is the last easy minute anybody in that yard had. Gat came in with his shoulders strapped and Ilby behind him. Gat gave it flat, the way he gave everything, and he did not once say the word ghost, and Kest listened to the whole of it without stopping his hands. At the end of it, Kest said, "They spoke." Gat said, "They spoke out loud in the open air at 10 in the morning, and 11 men heard them, and one of them said my name, and another one told Ilby here about his boots." Kest said, "Standing do not speak." Gat said, "I know what standing do. I have sold you 1100 of them over 9 years, and I am telling you these ones fold their arms." There is a version of this where Kest laughs, and by every account he did laugh, once, and then he put down the ladle, and the yardmen say the sound of that ladle going down on the bench is the thing they remember about the whole day. He took Ilby out into the pens. What follows I have had from 4 separate mouths, and they do not disagree about any of it, which is unusual. The pens were sheds, with a rail down the middle, and behind the rail 206 of the standing were on their feet in rows, because standing do not sit down. They had been on their feet for 9 days, waiting on a contract. They would have stood there for 9 years. Kest walked down the rail and stopped at one, and said, "Tell me your name." The standing did not move, and he said it again, and then he said it in the older way, in the trade language, with his hand flat on the thing's breastbone. 31 living men in that yard watched their master do something they had never once seen him do in 19 years, which was ask. Nothing came back. He went down the rail and asked 9 of them. The 9th was one he had raised himself out of a plague pit at Tarn 19 years before, and had kept, and had never sold, and had used to test everything he ever learned. It looked at him with the lamps in its sockets, and had no name to give him. Sol said, "Master," and Kest said, "Be quiet." Then he asked the 10th and the 11th, and by the 15th he had stopped saying, "Tell me your name," and had begun saying, "Please." The men in that yard heard their master say please to a wheelbarrow 14 times, and not one of them, in all the years afterwards, ever made a joke out of it in my hearing or in anybody else's. He came out of the pens and sat down on the step of the rendering shed with his forearms on his knees. Ilby, who had come there for money, stood about in the yard a while, and then began, very carefully, to leave. "Stop," said Kest. Then he asked Ilby a question that Gat afterwards called the worst thing he ever heard, and Gat had been in the trade 22 years, and had heard a great deal in it. "One who spoke about the boots," Kest said. "Was he angry?" And the yard went quiet enough that a man at the far furnace heard the question, and stopped raking. Ilby said he was. "How angry?" said Kest. And Ilby said, "He was not shouting, master, he only wanted me to know that I had walked about in them." And Kest sat on that step, and put the heels of both hands over his eyes. Here is the thing I did not understand for 2 years, and Odrin understood in an afternoon, and it is the whole reason Kest did what he did afterwards, instead of simply hiring an army like a sensible man. Kest was not a monster, and he was not a fool, and he had not built that yard for the money, or not only for it. The standing drained the Tarn fens. The standing went down the Onmere pit after the water came in, 60 feet under a live roof, where before them living men had gone down, and 11 of those living men are on a stone at the pit head with their ages cut beside their names, and 4 of those ages begin with a 1. He had made a thing that could do the work which kills people. That was his life, and he said so at his own table for 30 years, and every man in that yard had heard him say it. It was true. It was a good argument, and I have never yet been able to knock it down. And on that step in that yard, he worked out, in about the time it takes to boil a kettle, that he had been walking 206 people up and down a rail for 9 days. He was sick behind the shed. Then he washed his face at the trough and came back and started giving orders, and the orders were not what anybody expected. He did not send men to the wet ford. He sent Sol to buy every roll, muster book, and burial list for that valley going back 200 years at any price, and to buy them quietly and to burn nothing. Then he told Gat he wanted no more bodies. Gat said, "None." Kes said, "None, and I will pay you the same as if you brought them." And Gat, who was a plain man, said, "Master, that is the first stupid thing you have ever said to me. I want to know what is in that mound," said Kest, "before he does." And Gat, out of pure trade instinct and with no malice in it whatsoever, said the sentence that put the two of us on the same map for good. "Master," he said, "if the thing in the hill can get a name out of a dead mouth and you cannot, then it is not that your yard is worth less this morning. It is that your yard was never worth anything, and you have had 19 years of not knowing it." Nobody in that shed spoke for a good while after that, and Gat, who had not meant it as a cruelty and had simply been doing his sums out loud, understood halfway through the silence what he had said and went out to see to his horse. Then Kest went into the house and up the back stairs to a room on the second floor that had a good window and a fire kept in all year. And in that room there was an old man in a chair with a blanket over his knees who had not been out of it in 4 years. The old man's name was Murrow. He had taught Kest the trade when Kest was 11. He was 91 that autumn, and his hands had gone, and his mind came and went, and Kest fed him himself, twice a day, every day, with the door shut. Every man in that yard knew he was up there, and no man in that yard was allowed up there. What was said in that room that evening I have from nobody, because there was nobody in it but the two of them. One of them never spoke of it afterwards, and the other one had it taken out of him in front of witnesses, and I will come to that when I come to it. What the yard heard was the old man's voice go up once, near the end, and say a word that carried down the stairwell, and the word was no. Kest came down at midnight and told Sol to send for a license to open the sealed cases at Haloden, to hire 9 men who could read, and to say nothing to anybody in Ashgrey about any of it. Then he said he would be in the shed, and he was in the shed until light. Sol asked one question on the stairs, and he asked it because he had been with Kest 11 years and had earned it. He said, "Master, if it turns out to be true, what do we do?" And Kest said, "We find out how he does it." Sol said, "And then?" And Kest said, "Then we do it better," and went past him into the yard. And I have thought a great deal about the fact that his first answer was not to burn me. 90 miles south of him at the same hour, I was standing in a spoil field in the dark, trying to teach a 15-year-old boy to stop calling me sir. Tuck had got it into his head that I was somebody's property, or possibly a fortification, and he had settled on sir as covering both. Halvey told him to use my name, and Tuck said he did not know my name. And it occurred to me, standing there, that I had not given it to anybody. I had been marrow for 4 days by then, because a man in a good coat had said it in a village where they were all listening, and there is nothing in this world stickier than a name a frightened man gives you. So I gave them the other one, and I said, "It is Corin," and I had not said it out loud in 2 lifetimes, and it came out of me badly. Halvey said it back to be sure of it. Tuck said it twice, and then asked whether he still had to say, "Sir." Ness said it was a soft name for a thing the size of a chapel, and Dole said he had known a Corin once and had not cared for him. Audrin wrote it down, which annoyed me for about a week, until I understood that Audrin wrote everything down, and that writing a thing down was how the man loved people. And that is how it settled and how it stayed. The dead have called me Corin ever since, all of them, in 9 languages and on 4 fields, and the living have called me Marrow, and I have never once had to ask a man which side he was on. He tells me in the first word. The Wetford put a chain across the crossing on the 9th day, which was the funniest thing anybody had done to me yet, and I did not laugh, because there were children behind it. It was a good chain. Odrin walked down and looked at it, and came back and said it was worth about 9 crowns, and would hold a bullock. And then he said, "They know it will not hold you, and they put it there anyway. So what they are telling you is that the line is here." Halvey wanted to go down with 40 of them in files and stand across the water and let the ford look at us. She said, "They will come out and talk to a wall a great deal faster than they will come out and talk to a stranger." I said no, and she said, "Why?" And I gave her the answer that took me 9 days to work out and that I have not improved on since. I said, because whatever I do in the next hour is the thing they will teach their grandchildren I am. So we did the slowest possible version of it. I sat down on the near bank 100 yards off, alone, with nobody behind me, and I stayed there through the afternoon and all that night and most of the next day, and I did nothing whatsoever. Varric said this was the stupidest siege it had ever attended, and that it had attended 4, and that at least at the other 4 somebody had eventually thrown something. Around noon on the second day, a man came down to the chain with his hands out from his sides and stood there, and he was about 60 and built like a gatepost. And he waited until I had opened my eyes before he spoke. He said, I am Ondervel, and I speak for this ford, and I would sooner do it from here if that is all the same to you. I told him it was, and that I would not cross the water unless he asked me to, and he said, well, that is more than I was promised. Then he said, they are saying up the valley that you are the mound, and I said that I had come out of it, and he said, that is not what I asked, and I liked him from that moment on, and it never once helped either of us. Ask it properly then, I said, and Ondervel put his hands back down at his sides and said, are you here for what we took? I could have said no. It was the true answer, and it was the useless one. Because a man who has been robbing a grave for 200 years does not believe a thing in the grave when it says, never mind. So I gave him the whole of it instead. I said, your grandfathers took the gold off 1,100 people at the Harrow Gate, and your fathers took the buckles, and you took the teeth. And I have got 91 of those people standing on that hill, and every one of them knows a name in this village. Ondervel did not move. Agabensa Selvon Fraso Brine. Behind him, about 40 of the ford had come down to the water without meaning to, the way people do. And I said, and I am not here for that, and here is why. Every one of you was born into a valley with bad soil and a hill full of money in it. And if I had been born here, I would have gone up that hill with a bar in my hand before I was 12. Somebody in the crowd made a noise at that, and Ondervel put a hand up without turning round, and it stopped. Then I told him what I had actually come down the hill for, and it was not the mound. What I want, I said, is your burying ground. I will give the ford this. They did not run and they did not laugh. They stood in the mud on their own side of a chain and worked it out. And a woman near the front got there first and said, out loud, before the headman did, he means our own. He means ours. Ondervel said, no. He said it fast, and he said it the way a man says a thing he has already decided and does not intend to reopen, and then he stood there for a while with his jaw working and said, no. And it was quieter the second time. I did not push. I said I would be on the bank, and I went and sat down again, and Varric said, well, that went about as well as anything ever goes with the living. Halvi said, he will come back. Odrin said, he will come back at dusk, and he will bring the woman. And I asked which woman, and Odrin said, the one who spoke out of turn, obviously, and went to look at the chain. He came back at dusk, and he brought the woman, and Odrin did not say anything about it, which from Odrin is a great deal of saying something. Her name was Meg Auber, and she was perhaps 50, and she came down to the chain in her working clothes, with her sleeves still pushed up, and she did not wait for the headman to introduce her. She said, my husband is Rel Auber, and he went into this water 11 years ago in the dark, and they got him out at the bend in the morning. And he is in the 3rd row up, under the wall, and I have got a question for him. I asked what it was. She said, that is between him and me. Then she said, can you do it or not? And I said I could try. And she said, then I am not interested in anything else you have to say. Ondervel said her name once, the way a man says a name to stop somebody. She said, Onder, I have been carrying this 11 years, and you have carried a chain down to the water for one afternoon, so you will forgive me if I do not weigh them the same. Pine. They took the chain off the posts to let me across, and it took 4 of them, and every man who touched it looked at me, and I went over the ford at a walk with the water coming to my knee, and 300 people watched a barn walk into their village. The burying ground was up behind the church on a slope, and it was full, because 200 years of a village goes into a very small piece of ground. I want to be careful here, because this is the thing I did that changed the continent. And at the time, it did not feel like anything at all. It felt like the night ward. It felt exactly like the night ward. I asked Meg Auber where he was, and she showed me. I asked whether she wanted anybody else there, and she said no. And then she looked round at 300 people along the churchyard wall. Well, she said, they are going to be, aren't they? Then she nodded at the grass, and I put my hand flat on the ground over the third row under the wall. And Rel Auber said, "Is that rain?" Meg made a sound I am not going to try to write down. Then she got hold of the churchyard wall with both hands, and she said, "Rel," and Rel said, "Meg." And then he said, "Why are you old?" That is what he said. 11 years of it, and a woman standing in front of 300 neighbors with her hands on a wall, and the first thing out of the man is, "Why are you old?" She started laughing and could not stop for a while, and she said, "Because you left me to do all of it, you great fool." And Rel said, "Oh, that sounds like me." Then she asked her question. She said, "Rel, that night, did you go in on purpose?" And the whole churchyard went so quiet, I could hear the mill wheel 200 yards off. Rel said, "On purpose." Meg said, "They have said it here for 11 years. They said you went in on purpose because of the debt and the winter, and I have had 11 years of people being kind to me about it, and I want it out of my house." And Rel Auber said, "Meg, I went in after Sepp Hallow's dog. The noise that came off the churchyard wall was the noise a crowd makes at a hanging when the drop goes wrong. It went off the plank and it was screaming," he said. "And it was that daft gray one with the bad ear, and I thought I could stand in the middle of the current and hand it up. And I could not," he said, "and I have been extremely embarrassed about it for however long it has been." Somebody at the back of the ground, an old man, said, "That dog," in a voice like the end of the world, and 9 people started talking at once. Meg Auber sat down in the grass with her hands over her mouth. She did not cry then. She cried about an hour later, over a table, in the middle of a sentence about something else entirely, which is how it usually goes. And that was the moment the Wetfords stopped being a village that had robbed the mound and became a village with a queue in it. They came all night. They came with names, and half of them had the row and the wall wrong, and I had to work along until I found the right one, and it went on until the sun came up, and then all the next day and the day after that. I am not going to give you all of them. I will give you 3. A man called Hoy asked his father where the deed to the upper field was, and his father told him, and it was in the chimney, and it was, and a lawsuit that had been running 9 years ended before breakfast. The woman asked her sister to say out loud, in front of their brother, which of them had broken the blue jug in the year 7, and her sister said, "You did," and the woman said, "I knew it," and went home. That was all she wanted. She never asked for anything else, and I saw her every year afterwards. And a young man called Perrin came up the slope at 4 in the morning with his little iron rod in his hand, and put it on the wall in front of me, and asked whether there was anything he could do. I gave him the worst job I had, which was writing down who wanted whom, and he did it for 11 years, and never once asked me for anything else. What I did not expect, and what Odrin had expected by the second hour, was the other queue. It formed along the far side of the churchyard wall, and it did not want to talk to anybody. It wanted to give things back. They came with buckles and cap badges, and a sword hilt with the blade gone, and 1 gold tooth in a twist of cloth, and they put them on the wall in a row, and by the 3rd morning, that wall had about 400 crowns of other people's grandfathers on it. Undervel stood over it with his arms folded, and would not let anybody tidy it. He said, "It stays there in the open where the whole valley can walk past it, and when it has been looked at long enough, we will talk about what it is for." Then he did the thing that cost him. He went up to the corner where his own family's row is, and stood there a while, and came back down and set it in front of the wall and the badges and everybody. "My grandfather is not in this ground," he said. "He is in a debtor's hole at Ondmere, because the mound money went on drink and a bad boat, and I would rather that were said out loud by me than found out later by somebody else." Nobody laughed at him. 300 people had spent 3 days finding out what their dead actually thought, and there was not a person on that slope with any appetite left for pretending. I asked him afterwards why he had put the chain across the water at all, since he had opened it inside 2 days. He said, "Because if I had opened it the first morning, they would have gone up that hill and asked you for their sons in a mob, and half of them would have got the wrong grave and gone home broken." Then he said, "And because I wanted one afternoon where this was still a thing that was happening to us, rather than a thing we had agreed to," he said, "You will not understand that." And I said I understood it perfectly, and he said, "No. You have never had to hand anything over." The count went past 100 that first night. It went past 150 on the second day, at about the hour of the milking. And when it did, the hill went sideways under me, and I put my shoulder through the churchyard wall and had to pay for the wall. Varric said, "Ah." And then Varric said nothing else at all for 2 days, and would not be drawn, and when I pressed it, it said, "You will find out, and you will find out at a bad moment." And it was right, and I have never forgiven it for enjoying that. I found Saja at the end of the 3rd day, in the corner of the ground behind the U where the earth is cheap, in the strip they keep for people nobody claims. She was 9 or 10. She had died in a doorway in the last week of a bad winter, and she had been the last of 4 that winter, and nobody in the wet fort had known her name, so I did not know it either until she told me. And the first thing she ever said to me, before her own name, was, "Is it cold out?" I said it was mild. She said, "Oh good." Then she asked whether the winter had finished, and I said it had finished a very long time ago, and she said, "Oh good," again, and did not ask me anything else at all. Nobody came for her. That is the whole of it. 300 people had queued for 3 days on that slope, and not one of them had a name for the corner behind the U. And when I asked the church warden, he had to go and look in a book, and the book had a line and no name on it. I brought her up anyway. She was not useful. She could not tell me anything about the mound or the war or the roads, and she did not want a thing from me except to know whether it was cold, and she asked me that every single day for 3 years. Halvi said, "What is she for?" I said nothing, and Halvi looked at me for a moment, and then said, "Good," and went back to her files, and that is one of about 4 times I ever surprised her. Saza followed me down to the water that evening, and stood at the edge of it and looked at the ford, at the lit windows, and the smoke going up straight, and she did not go any nearer, and she did not ask to. I did not notice. I want to be exact about this, because it is mine, and I am not going to hand it to anybody else. She stood at the edge of a village she had died on the doorstep of, and looked at the windows, and I was 300 yards away arguing with Odrin about carts. On the 4th night, a man in an ash-gray coat, who had been in the wet ford since the 2nd day, and who had stood at the churchyard wall for 11 hours without once speaking to anybody, got his horse out of Sepp Hallow's stable at about 2 in the morning, and paid his account by leaving the money on the sill. He did not wake the house. He did not say goodbye to the priest who had been putting him up. He went south at a trot, and he was over the ridge before it got light, and nobody in that village ever learned his name. Ondervel told me about it at breakfast, and he told me the way a man tells you a thing he has already been awake about, and then he said, "Marrow," and then he corrected himself and said, "Corin." He said, "I have lived here 61 years, and I have seen 4 of those coats come through, and 3 of them came to look at somebody." He said, "That one came to count." The rider came in on the 22nd day, and he came in on a horse that had been ridden past its use, and he was one of Sepp Hallow's nephews, and he had ridden from Ondmere in a day and a half to tell us a number. 300, he said, when they had got him down and got water into him. 300 of the standing on the Onmere road, with 4 wagons behind them and lime in the wagons, and a man with his sleeves rolled walking at the front of it on his own feet. Odrin said, "Lime," and then he said it again, and Halvi looked at him, and Odrin said, "Lime does not kill anything, so it is not for killing us. It is for after." I asked what he meant. Odrin said, "A man who brings lime brings it because he intends to be left with more of us than he can burn, and he does not want any of it identifiable. And I would rather you had asked me that tomorrow." Ondervel wanted to send the Ford's men up the hill, and I told him no, and he argued, and I let him argue in front of everybody, because he had earned it, and then I said the only thing that was going to work on him. I said, "If one living man from this village stands on that hill, then this stops being a thing that happened to the dead and becomes a war between Ondmere and the Wet Ford, and it will still be a war in your grandson's time." He did not like it. He said, "So we watch." I said, "You watch, and you keep the children off the ridge, and if it goes badly, you'll have about 2 hours to get everybody across the ford and away south." And Ondervel said, "That is not watching, that is packing." We had 157. Odrin gave me the true shape of it that afternoon on the south face, number first, the way he always did. 40, he said. 40 who have ever held a weapon in earnest, of whom 9 are old and 2 are so badly broken they should not be standing at all. The rest are a village. You have a smith, 2 carters, a boy of 15, 11 children, and a woman of 90 who is angry about a hedge. Then he said, "And you have a 9-year-old with a tin cup." And I said I was aware. And Audrin said, "I am not making a point about her. I am telling you where the line has to be, because you will not be able to think about her later." Halvi wanted to hold the mound. She wanted it badly, and she wanted it in front of everybody, and she put her hand flat on the turf when she said it. and I understood inside about 4 seconds that this was not tactics. She said, "We hold the crown. It is the high ground. It is the only high ground, and every soldier in this valley for 400 years has known that whoever holds that crown holds the ford." I said we could not hold it. She said we could hold it for a day. I said, "And then what?" And she said, "Then we hold it for another day." And that was when Odrin said, out loud, in front of 40 people, "Halvi, they have lime." He turned round on him. Odrin did not step back, which I had not expected from him, and he said, "They do not need to take the crown. They need to stand at the bottom of it with 300 bodies and wait. And you know that, because it is what was done to your gate." There was a silence on that hillside I would not care to live through twice, and 40 people found somewhere else to look. And Tuck, who understood none of it, understood that much and went and stood behind me. Then Halvi said, "Say the rest of it." And Audrin said, "I would rather not." And Halvi said, "You have started, so finish." And Audrin said, "I think you want to hold a hill because the last time you were told to leave one, you did as you were told, and 1,100 people went into a pit." I want to say I handled what came next well. What I did was say her name, and she said, "Do not." And she said it to me and not to him. She stood there for a while with her hands on her belt. Then she said, "All right, not the crown." And she did not look at Odrin for 2 days, and she never once made him take it back. And by the following spring, she would not go into a room to plan anything unless he was in it. The plan was hers inside the hour, and it was better than mine had been. She gave up the crown. She put the villagers and the children in the deep chamber behind 2 falls of rubble, and she put the 40 in the spoil field on the south face. That ground is broken and waist deep in old timber and old people, and a line cannot walk across it. And she had understood that from the top of the mound in about a minute and a half. Tuck went out that night and came back before light and gave it to us in the wrong order and twice over, because Tuck was 15 and had never reported anything to anybody. 311, he said. 4 wagons, 9 living men, and none of them scouts, because they had not put anybody out at all. Adrin said, "None." Tuck said, "None. They are all just walking, and the man with the sleeves is walking in the middle of them, and he is talking to himself." That was the first thing anybody told me about Kess that I could use, and I did not use it, because I did not understand it until the middle of the following afternoon. They came up the valley at noon on a bright day with no wind, and I am going to be accurate about the sound, because everybody gets it wrong. There was no moaning. There was no wailing. 311 bodies walking in step made a sound like a mill. They stopped where Kest stopped them, 400 yards off, and he walked out in front of them with his sleeves rolled and shouted up the hill, and what he shouted was not a threat. He said, "I want to talk to it." I went down. Halvi tried to stop me, and I went anyway, which was the right call for the wrong reason. And I came down the south face and stood in the broken ground about 80 yards from him, and he did not step back 1 inch. "They tell me you get names," he said. I said I did, and he said, "How?" And there was nothing at all in the way he asked it. It was the way a man asks a price. I told him the truth, because it was the only thing I had that he wanted, and because I have never once been able to lie about the work. I said, "I ask them." And then I said, and I let them say no. Kest stood in that field a long moment. Then he said, "That is not a method." I said it was the whole of the method, and he said, "No." "No," he said, "because I have asked." I asked 206 of them at a rail 9 days ago, one at a time, with my hand flat on them, in the old speech and then in the new one, and there was nothing in any of them to answer. Then he said, the thing that has stayed with me longer than anything the Ashen Order ever said, and he said it without heat, as a man states a difficulty. He said, "So either you are lying, or I have been making my own people into furniture for 19 years, and I would rather you were lying." I said, "I know." And he said, "Do not." And his voice went for the first time, and he put his hand up flat as if I had reached for him, and I had not moved at all. We stood there. Then Kest said, "I have 4 wagons of lime, and a contract cancelled in 3 counties, and a yard that is worth nothing, and I am 53 years old, and I would like you to understand that I have thought about this properly." And I said, "Then let me show you. Let me put my hand on one of them and give it back to you, here, in front of your own men, and you can hear it. And after that, we can both sit down." That was the offer. I have gone over it a great many times since, and I do not believe there was a better one available to either of us that afternoon. I said, "And if you cannot," I said, "then you are right, and I am a liar, and you can have the hill and everything in it." He wanted it. I felt him want it. He stood there in the grass with his hands opening and closing, and he wanted it more than anything in that valley wanted anything. And then he said, no, and turned round and walked back to his 300, and I have never known why. Audrin thinks he had already done the thing he did to Muro by then, and could not afford to find out it had not been necessary. Halvi thinks he simply could not stand in a field and be handed it by me. Varric says men are like that and would not elaborate. The first hour went exactly the way Halvi had said it would go, which she never once mentioned afterwards, and which Audrin mentioned roughly weekly for 11 years. 311 bodies walked into the spoil field in a line, and the spoil field took the line apart, because broken ground does that to anything that will not break step, and they would not break step because nobody had told them to. Ours did not have a line. Ours had a shield woman with no jaw shouting from a stump, and 40 people who had been carters and smiths and soldiers, and every one of them was allowed to think. The smith, whose name was Bel Honoree, worked out in about 4 minutes that the standing tracked movement and not weight, and started rolling old cartwheels down the slope, and 11 of them went after the wheels into the ditch and did not come out. Ness got behind them, which no line ever expects, and went along the back of it pulling out ankle pins with a shoeing hammer, and she took 9 down before anybody in that army noticed there was a behind. Tuck did the thing that saved the deep chamber, and I did not order it and would not have thought of it. He went and stood in the open on the west side, alone, in full view, and shouted. 80 of them turned and went after a 15-year-old boy up a dry water course, away from everything that mattered, and he kept them there for 2 hours by running, which is the one thing in this world Tuck was better at than anybody. And I held. That was my whole share of it, and I want to be honest about how it felt, because there is a version of this story where I fought, and it is not true. 157 people were in the room in me, and a room is a fine word for it when everybody is asleep on a hillside. In a fight, they are all awake at once, and all moving, and all of them feel it when one of them goes down. By the middle of the second hour, I could not hold my head up. By the end of it, my left foreleg had come apart at the second joint, and I had a rib out through my own side. And Varix was saying, drop some of them, drop 9 of them, drop the children, they will keep in the ground. I said no. Varix said, you are going to lose all of them, and I said no again. And Varix said, this is the stupidest thing anybody has ever done in my presence, and I have been present at a great deal. The second hour was when it changed, and it changed all at once, and it changed in a way that I still do not like remembering. And then, all at once and in the middle of everything, the standing stopped, and I have never in my life heard a field go quiet that fast. 300 bodies stopped where they were, in the middle of everything, and stood still. Bel Honoree's wheel went past 2 of them, and they did not turn. Ness had a shoeing hammer in an ankle pin, and the body under it did not shift its weight. Then they all moved again at the same instant, and they moved well, and the moving well is what I remember. The line came back together out of broken ground, which cannot be done by anything that is not being watched from inside. They stepped over the timber. They went round the ditch instead of into it. And 80 of them left Took standing in his watercourse without being called back, and came at the mound at a run, and they came at the deep chamber, which meant that something in that field had worked out where the children were. Halvi said what happened, and Audrin, who had been counting since noon and had not stopped once, said, he has got better in the last 10 seconds, and men do not get better in 10 seconds. I found out what it cost him 2 days later, and I will tell it then, in the place it belongs, because he was still alive at that point, and it was still his to tell. What I will say is that from that hour on, Kest was not commanding an army. He was wearing one. And a man wearing 300 bodies is faster than a man giving orders to them, and for about 40 minutes we lost. We lost Dole at the ditch. He put himself in the gap where the wheels had gone, and he stayed in it. And I felt him go out, and it is a specific feeling, and I had not had it before, and I have had it many times since. We lost Bel Honoree in the wagon yard when the lime went over. We lost Sten the farrier, who had never said very much, and Hoy's father, who had said a great deal. We lost a hedger called Ance Caro, whose whole share in this account is that she went in on the west side so that 11 children behind 2 falls of rubble would not have to find out what was coming along the other side of them. Audrin has all of it. He read it out on the 3rd evening from the cart step in his ledger voice, name and trade and where, and it took 11 minutes, and the whole of the wet Ford stood in the road and listened to a dead clerk read out the dead. 19. That is the number. 19 out of 157, and 2 of the 19 were children, and I have never once written it down as anything but 19. And we won. I want to be exact about why we won, because the reason is close to the only thing in either life I have been properly proud of. At the end of the second hour, the line came at the deep chamber, and Halvi could not hold it, and knew she could not. And she did not ask me, and she did not ask Odrin. Halvi did not ask me, and she did not ask Odrin. And afterwards, when the Ford wanted to make a song about it, she would not let them put her name in the song. She sent Tuk. Tuk came out of the watercourse behind Kest, alone, at a dead run, past 300 bodies that were every one of them facing the other way, and he did not go for Kest, because a 15-year-old stable boy going for a grown man is a joke, and Tuk knew it. He went for the wagons instead. He took a lamp off the seat of the second one, and he put the lamp into the lime. Lime and water do a thing I did not know about, and Kest knew about intimately, and the whole west end of that field went up in a white cloud that took the skin off everything living in it, and Kest went down on his face in the grass with his hands over his eyes. 311 bodies stopped in the middle of a charge and stood still because the man wearing them had stopped being able to see, and there was nobody in any of them to carry on. Halvi took the crown of the mound at a walk with 11 people behind her and no orders from anybody, and she stood on it for about a minute and then came straight back down and started counting, and did not mention the crown again for 4 years. We got Kest out of the grass at dusk. He was blind in the left eye and would be for good, and he was not fighting, and 2 of ours carried him up the slope between them because he could not walk straight, and neither of them said one word to him. I put him under the lee of the mound with a lamp, because I did not want a man who could not see left in the dark, and that is when Varric said, quietly, in a voice I had heard exactly once before, "Boy, put your hand on him." I said, "He is alive." And Varric said, "I know what he is. Put your hand on him and listen, because there is somebody else in there." Put my hand on Kest's shoulder, where he sat under the lee of the mound with a rag over his eye, and I did it gently, the way you touch a patient. And what came up through my palm was an old man asking whether the fire had been made up. I took my hand off. Kest, who could not see me and was not stupid, said, "You have found him." I said nothing at all, and he said, "Well, then you know, and there is no need for the rest of the evening to be theater." Varric said, in my chest, in a voice with no comedy in it anywhere, "That is the old road, boy, and it works. And every man in that trade knows about it, and perhaps one in a generation does it." I asked what the old road was. Varric said, "You take somebody who has the trade, and you take them the whole way in, not the body. That is butchery, and it buys you nothing. You take the wanting. You sit with them while they go, and you take it as it comes out." Then it said, "And it has to be given or taken. And it does not work at all on a stranger, and it works best on somebody who loves you. And that is the whole horror of the thing, and it has been the whole horror of it for 1,000 years. Halvi said, "So he ate his teacher." Varric said he ate his teacher, and it got him about 4 hours of being better than he was, and I would like everybody here to look at what 4 hours of being better cost, because you are all going to be offered it eventually. Audrin had been standing with his hands behind his back through all of it, and he did the thing Audrin did, which was to say the number nobody had asked for. He said, 4 hours and 19 of ours, and the old man, 21. Then he said, and I want to know what he was going to do with the 4 hours, because a man does not spend a life on 4 hours, and Kest, from under his rag, said, I was going to ask them. Nobody said anything for a while. Kest said, that is what it was for. I could not get a name out of 206 of them at a rail. I thought if I were bigger, I could hear further in. I thought there might be somebody in there, and I was simply too small to hear it. And Halvi said, was there? And Kest said, no, and put his head back against the turf, and I have wondered ever since whether that was the truth or whether 4 hours had not been long enough to hear anything at all. Here is where I did the thing I did, and I am not going to make it look better than it was by putting the argument first. So I will give you the argument the way it happened, which was afterwards, in pieces, for about 2 years. I could feel Muro in him, not a memory of Muro. Muro, entire, 91 years of him, folded into a man's chest the way a coat is folded into a box, and I had spent a month learning that anything I can feel I can ask. Halvi said do it, immediately. And she said it in her flat weather voice, and she said, that man is a prisoner in there, and you are the only door. Audrin said, do it. And then Audrin said, and be careful, because you are about to find out that you want to do it. And wanting to do a right thing is where every single bad thing I ever put in a ledger started. Varric said do it, and Varric said it with an appetite that I did not care for at all, and which I have never entirely forgotten, and which I will come back to. Saja, who had followed me because Saja followed me everywhere, and nobody had told her not to, said, is the old man cold in there? And I said I did not know, and she said, ask him. So I asked him. I put my hand flat on Kest's chest, over the sternum, with about 60 people standing round us in the dark and the lamp on the grass, and I found Muro, and I did the only thing I have ever done. I said, my name is Corin. There is a way out. It is my hand, and you would be standing in a field in the dark with a great many strangers looking at you. You may say no, and if you say no, I will take my hand away and never come back. The old man was quiet for a moment, and I have sat with enough people to know the difference between a man deciding and a man working out how to say a thing he decided long ago. Then he said, is my boy alive? I said he was, and Muro said, then yes. And I have one thing to say, and after that I am going to want to stop, and I would like you to tell me now, before I come out, whether you will let me. I said I would. He said, say it properly. I said, I will let you stop whenever you ask. And Muro said, all right. And something the size of a house came out of Kest's chest and stood up in the grass. He came out old. That is a thing I had not expected and had no reason not to expect. He came out 91, with the hands gone and the shoulders down, and he had to be helped to stand by a hedger's daughter and a 15-year-old boy. Kest heard him and got up onto his knees, and he could only see out of one side, and he got it wrong twice before he found the right direction. Nobody helped him. I want that on the record too. There were 60 of us in that field, and every one of us watched a blind man on his knees turn himself round in the wet grass to face the man he had murdered, and not one of us moved, and I could have moved. Muro looked at him for a while. Kest said his name. Then he said, Master, and then he started saying something else. And Muro put his hand up, and Kest stopped the way a man stops when he has been stopped that way for 40 years. Muro said, I was 91, boy. You had until the spring. Then he closed his mouth and put his hands back down at his sides, and that was all he had come out for. That was the whole of it. 9 words. He did not raise his voice, and he did not call him anything, and he did not say the thing about the fire, or the room, or the 4 years of being carried up and down the back stairs twice a day by the only person who ever came. Kest went over sideways in the grass, not fainting. He simply stopped holding himself up, the way a sack stops, and he lay there with his face in the wet and made no sound at all, and after a while his hands started opening and closing. Muro watched him do it for a while, without any expression I could read, and I have never decided whether that was mercy or the last of a very long patience. Then he turned round to me and said, that is the thing I had to say, and I would like to stop now. I said, wait. I said it fast, and I said it loudly, and I said it because of me and not because of him. And about 60 people heard me say it, and Audrin was one of them. He said, no. He said it kindly, the way Roos had said it, and he said, I have been in the dark in that boy's chest for 19 days, and I am not going to spend one more hour of anything anywhere. Then he said, thank you for asking me first. Not one of them ever asked me anything. I took my hand off him and he went, and there was grave dirt in the grass and an old man's shape in it, and Kest lay 4 feet away and watched the whole of it happen out of one eye. Varric said, good. Varric said it warmly, and that is the single most frightening thing that has ever been said to me in either life. And I lay awake about it for a year. Because Varric was right, and Halvi was right, and Audrin was right about the wanting. And I had brought a 91-year-old man back from the dead for the length of 9 words, and then let him go, in front of the man they were for, in front of an audience, on purpose. I have never once said it was wrong. I have also never let anybody in my hearing tell the story as if it were kind. Zaza came and stood next to my foreleg afterwards and said he was not cold. And I said, how do you know? And she said, he had a blanket on his knees the whole time. Did you not see it? And I had not. Nobody else had either. We did not kill Kest. I have been asked about that more times than about anything else I have ever done, usually by people who wanted me to say something noble, And the honest answer is that Halvi asked me for him, and I gave him to her. She kept him 9 days. She fed him, which he could not do for himself at first, and she walked him up and down the spoil field twice a day. And on the 9th day, she brought him to me and said, he wants to say a thing, and I have made him wait 9 days to be sure he means it. And Kest said, take me back to Onmir and ask them in front of me. 206. If there is nobody in there, I want to hear you fail. And if there is somebody in there, I want to be standing in the shed when you get the first one. Odrin said, and after that? Kest said, after that you can do what you like with me. And Odrin said, I meant what do you want after that, master? Because you are 53 and you will be alive on the other side of it. And Kest did not have an answer. We went north 9 days later with 40 of ours and 1 living man on a cart. And it was the first time I ever left the valley. And I have thought since that I left it about 11 months too early. Because while we were on that road, Odrin came up alongside my foreleg with his hands behind his back and gave me the thing he had been chewing since the battle, number first, the way he always did. 311, he said. That is what 1 ruined man in 1 county could put in a field against us. Then he said, now consider that there is an order in this country with houses in 9 cities, and it has been burning things like us for 1,000 years, and it is not ruined, and it is not 1 man. Let me walk about 20 yards with that. Then he said, and it sent 1 quiet person to the wet ford to count us, and he went home 4 weeks ago, and you have not thought about him once since. Onmir came out to look at us, and Onmir is 900 people, and they lined the road from the toll house to the yard gate, and not one of them threw anything, which Odrin said afterwards was the most surprising number of the whole affair. Kest walked the last half mile on his own feet. He had asked to, and Halvi had let him, and he went up his own street with a rag over one eye and 40 of the dead walking behind him. And every man in that town watched their master come home like that. The yard smelled of the vats. It had 31 living men in it, and every one of them was standing at the far wall. And Sol was at the front of them with his hood down for once, and his face was the color of the wall. Kest said, open the pens. Sol said, master. Kest said, Sol, open the pens, and he said it without any weight in it at all, the way you ask for a chair. He opened the pens, and 206 of the standing were behind the rail exactly where they had been left, on their feet in rows, because standing do not sit down. They had been waiting on a cancelled contract for 2 months. I went in. It is a low shed, and I am not a low animal, and I had to go the length of it with my head turned sideways, which took the grandeur off it, and Varric said as much, and I told Varric to be quiet, and Varric said that this was the first order I had ever given it, and it would be marking the date. Kest came down the rail beside me. He stopped at the 9th one and put his hand on the rail and did not say anything, and I understood. I said, this one. Kest said, that one. And then he said, 19 years, and that was all he could get out. I put my hand flat on its breastbone, where his hand had been 1,000 times, and I said the same thing I had said to Muro and to Roos and to Halvi in a hole in the ground, which was that there was a way out and that no was a whole answer. There was a pause of about 4 seconds, and I want you to hold those 4 seconds, because Kest held them, and 31 living men held them, and 900 people were in the road outside holding them without knowing it. And a man's voice, an old one, with the flat vowels of the Fen country in it, said, my name is Vend Airy, and I was a cutter at Tarn, and I have got a question, and it is not the one you are expecting. Kest made a sound. Vend Airy turned his head and looked at him and said, I know you. I said nothing. When Ari said, you come in at night and you talk to me. Kest went down on the packed dirt of his own shed floor with his hand still on the rail, and Sol started forward and stopped because there was nothing at the end of going forward. When Ari said, you have been coming in at night and talking to me for 19 years, and you have told me a great deal, and I would like to say that some of it was very hard going. Then he said, my question is whether your teacher ever got the room upstairs he wanted. I have thought about that 1,000 times. 19 years of a man talking into the dark to a thing he believed was a wheelbarrow, and everything he ever said went in, and the only thing that came back out was a question about somebody else. We did the rest of them in a day and a night, 206 of whom 9 said no, and one of the 9 said no, and then changed his mind 3 hours later, and I went back for him and did not make a thing of it. I the day is stuck. to the count that mattered came out at 344. Odrin gave it to me on the yard steps at dawn. Number first, and then he said, and that is where I would like you to stop. I did not stop. I have gone over the reasons, and they were all good ones, and none of them was the real one. The real one was that I had spent 20 years in a job where the whole of the work is that you do not leave the room, and I had found a version of the job with no closing time. The wet Ford queue had never actually ended. There were people on that road every week from 4 counties by then, and about a fifth of them had come a long way, and I could not send them home, and I did not want to. 400. 490. 600, at which the ground did the thing it does, and I went into a hedge, and Varric said, 5th gate, and would not say what it did, and this time I did not ask. It was Saja who found the first crack in it, and she found it by accident because she was 9 and had nothing to do all day but listen to everybody. She came and stood by my foreleg one evening and said, Corin, why do Ness and the hedger lady both have the story about the cat on the roof? I said they did not. She said, they do though. Ness told it on Tuesday, and the hedger lady told it this morning, and it is the same cat and the same roof and the same bit about the ladder. Lance Caro had gone in on the west side of the spoil field so that 11 children would not have to see what was coming, and I had got enough of her out of the ground afterwards to bring her back, and she had been up 11 weeks. I checked. It took me most of an afternoon, and it was one of the worst afternoons of my life. The cat and the roof and the ladder belonged to Ness entirely. And Aunt Caro now had it too, and neither of them could tell which of them it had happened to. Varric said, sit down, and I sat down. Then it said, this is what I have been waiting for, and I am going to say it once, and you are going to listen to the whole of it before you argue. You are not a house, it said. You are a room, and a room has a size, and you have put 600 people in a room, and they are standing shoulder to shoulder in there, and they have started rubbing. I asked what happens. Varric said, they wear smooth, slowly. A story goes from one to another, and neither of them notices, and then a habit, and then a name. And in about 2 years, you will have 600 people in there who are all the same person, and that person will be nobody. I asked how to stop it, and Varric said, you stand still. And I said that was not an answer, and Varric said that it was the only answer there had ever been. That is the whole of the medicine, and it is 800 years old, nothing moving. Not walking, not working, not talking, and not asking anybody anything, until every name in you has settled back into its own shape, and it takes as long as it takes. I asked how long. Varric said, for 600, a season. Then it said, and I have never in my life met anybody with 600, so that is a guess, and I would not put money on it. I called them together on the south face on a Thursday, which Audrin pointed out was the anniversary of the cart, and I told 600 people that I was going to stop being able to help them for a while. Halvey refused. She refused in front of everybody, immediately, before I had got to the end of the sentence, and what she said was, no, not me. Ask Audrin. I said she was the only one anybody in that field would follow. She said, I was ordered off a hill once by a man in a hurry who did not want to say the thing out loud, and 1,100 of us went into a pit for it. Then she said, and I have spent a long time working out what I would have done in his place, and the answer I keep arriving at is that I would have done exactly what he did. So no. Odrin said, that is the best argument for giving it to her that anybody has made this evening. Halvey said, do not be clever at me. And Odrin said, I am not being clever. I am being correct, which is a different thing, and you have never once been able to tell them apart. She took it. She took it because Tuck said, out of nowhere, in front of 200 people, that he would rather be shouted at by her than by anybody, and half the field laughed, and Halvey could not get out of it after that. Audrin took the counting and the money, and asked one thing in exchange, and asked for it in public so that I could not quietly forget it afterwards. Mound ledger goes up, he said. 4,060 names on a board at the gate where anybody may walk up and read it. And the 2,960 who came in on carts get a column of their own. I said that was going to bring people. He said, yes. And Audrin looked at me the way a clerk looks at a man who has just said the interesting thing without meaning to, and said, that is the point of it, Corin. That is the entire point of it. Tuck got the scouting and asked for a horse, and was told there was no horse in 3 counties that would let him near it, and said he knew that, and asked anyway. and Halvi wrote it down as a standing item. Kest asked for the furnaces. I said no before he had finished. He said, not for that. He said, for lime and mortar and lead, because you have 600 people, a mound, a village, and no wall, and I have just spent a season showing you exactly how easy that is. I gave him the furnaces. Halvi did not speak to me for 2 days about it, and then came back and said it had been right, which cost her more than the 2 days of silence had. The last thing I did was walk down to the water with Saja, because she came with me everywhere, and it had stopped being a thing anybody remarked on. I said I was going to be still for a while, and that she should stay with Halvi. She said, how long is a while? And I said, until the names sit down. And she said, oh. And then she said, is it cold out? I said it was mild. I said it without thinking, the way you answer a child. And I turned around and went up the hill to the place I had picked. She stood at the edge of the water and looked at the lights of the wet ford, 30 or 40 of them, with the smoke going up straight. And nobody in that whole valley had ever once told her that she was allowed to walk in. That was in the autumn. 400 miles south, in the same week, a quiet man in an ash-gray coat finished a document of 9 pages in a room with a good window and handed it to a clerk, and the clerk carried it to a man called Saro. The document did not use the word abomination anywhere. It used the words 4,060, and it used the words 111 miles of road, and at the bottom of the 9th page, it gave a figure for how many the thing on the mound would have inside 3 years if nobody went and stood in front of it. Saro read it twice. Then he asked the clerk whether the quiet man was still in the building, and when they brought him in, Saro's first question was not about me at all. He asked, how many of ours are buried in that valley? I went still on a Thursday evening at the top of the south face, in the open, with my head down and my forelegs folded, and the grass came up around me, and I did not move again for 4 years. Being still is not sleeping, and I want that understood before anything else, because everybody assumes it was a rest, and it was the hardest 4 years of either life. I could hear, not well and not all of it. It came through the way a room comes through when you are ill in the next one, in patches, some of it perfectly clear and most of it gone, and I could not answer any of it, and everybody knew I could not. So they talked to me anyway. That is the thing about a motionless dragon on a south face with the grass coming up its legs. Inside 11 months, the whole valley had worked out that here was the one thing in the world which would listen and could not reply. And they queued for that as hard as they had ever queued for the other. I got confessions. I got 2 marriage proposals, neither of them for me. I got a man who came up every Sunday for 2 years to argue about a boundary with somebody who had been dead since before the argument started, and I never did learn how it came out. Varric said this was the first time in 800 years it had been used as furniture, and that on balance, it preferred the thorn bush. Audrin came every 9th day. He came with the book under his arm, and he sat on the same stone, and he read me the count, number first, the way he did everything, because he had decided on the first morning that I was still in there, and never once revised it. 92 crowns of standing timber, he said, in the first spring. Then, the year after, 1,100 yards of wall at the ford end and a gate that will not close because Kest will not stop improving it. The wall was the first thing. Kest built it in 9 months out of lime and river stone, with 200 of the dead carrying, and it is not a beautiful wall, and it has never once been got over. He worked from before light. He lived in the yard he built at the foot of it, and he took no wages of any kind for 4 years, and when Audrin tried to enter a figure against him, Kest said, put it against the wall, and Audrin, who had been waiting for exactly that, put it against the wall. Buck came up on the days he had nothing to scout, which by the 2nd year was most of them, and sat on my foreleg and reported anyway, because he had been given a job and nobody had told him it had gone quiet. He would give me the road, the ford, the ridge, and the weather, in the wrong order and twice over, and then he would give me the horses. There were 4 in the valley by the 2nd summer, and he had names for all of them, and none of them would come within 30 feet of him. In the 3rd year, he got one to take an apple off a fence post, while he stood 11 paces away, and he came up that hill at a dead run to tell a dragon about it, and Varric said out loud, and unfortunately not audibly, to anybody but me, "Oh, well done, boy." The sluice was Ambry Fall, and the sluice is the reason the wet ford has a mill that runs in August, and I will tell it properly because he would not. They found Ambry Fall in the cart section of the mound in the 2nd winter, which is the section for the ones who came in on carts, and Audrin had his name on the board before he had his body out of the clay. He had built the pit head at Onmere. He had gone to the licensing men at Hallowden and told them the roof would come in on the third gallery, in writing twice, and the second time they hanged him for sedition. And 11 men are on a stone at that pit head with their ages next to their names. Kest was standing there when Ambry Full came up out of the clay. Nobody planned that. Kest had come down to look at the drainage. And Ambry Full sat up and asked what year it was. Nelkas Dolas Vantatraines Slas, and Audrin, who never lied to anybody, told him the year and then told him about the third gallery. I have this from 4 people, and they do not disagree. Kest did not say he was sorry. He said, I bought 11 from your pit in the spring after. I have had them 19 years, and I have just given them back their names, and I will fetch them here if you want to say it to them. And Ambry Full said, no. He said, I want a level and a chain and about 40 men, because I have been lying in a hole for 9 years thinking about that water, and I have worked out where the fall is. It took a year, and it moved the whole race off the ford, and Ambry Full would not have it named after anything. There is a stone on the head of that sluice with 11 names cut into it, and not one of them is his. By the 3rd year, we were a town, and the arithmetic of a town of the dead is a thing nobody had ever had to do, and Audrin enjoyed it more than was decent. Nothing eats, nothing sleeps, nothing gets ill, nothing gets drunk, nothing steals, and nothing has ever once failed to come out in the morning because it was raining. 3,000 people worked 11 hours a day on a wall, a race, a road, and a quarry, and the whole of it cost 400 crowns a year, and every crown of that 400 went on the living. Because the living came. Nobody had planned for that, and nobody could have stopped it, and by the end of it, the living were the whole of the difficulty and the whole of the point. The first was a girl of about 16 who came over the ridge in the second spring with her boots in her hand, and she had run from a house 9 miles north where a man had bought her contract, and she came up to the ford and asked whether it was true that the dead here would not send anybody back. Halvey met her at the gate. I heard this one clearly, and I have it word for word, and I would have it word for word if I had heard nothing else in 4 years. Halvey said, is anybody following you? The girl said yes. Halvey said, how many? And the girl said, 3. And Halvey said, good, and put her inside the gate and stood in front of it. The 3 came at dusk, and there were 900 of the dead on that wall by then, and none of them said anything at all, and the 3 went home. After that, they came in ones, and then in families, debtors mostly, and people who had lost a settlement, and a great many widows, because a widow with no land is the cheapest thing in that country, and everybody in it knows it. Audrin put them to work and paid them, and the money was real, because we had a quarry and a mill, and by the 4th year a road, and because 2,000 people who do not eat can dig a very great deal of stone. There is a joke in the valley that has outlived everybody in it, which is that the deadest town on the continent grows the best beans, and it is not a joke, it is a fact. And the reason is that nobody in it is hungry enough to eat the seed corn. Ondervel came up the south face every Thursday for 4 years and sat on the stone. Audrin sat on and complained. He complained about the road and the noise and the money, and about being 65 and then 66. In the 3rd autumn he sat down and did not complain about anything. And after a while he said, my grandson has taken a place on the wall gang. And then he said, and I do not know how to tell him that his great-grandfather is on that board. Then he said, and I have worked out that I do not have to, because he can read, and he goes past it twice a day, and he has never once mentioned it to me, which means he read it in the first week, and decided to leave me alone about it. Then Ondervel put his hands on his knees and said, that is the strangest kindness anybody has ever done me, and it was done by a boy of 15 who thinks I do not know, and I would very much like to be able to thank somebody for it. I could not say one word to him. He sat there a while longer, and then he got up and said, well, and went down the hill. And I have thought about that afternoon a great deal more often than I have thought about most of the battles. Audrin closed the war in the 4th spring, and he did it with paper, which is the only way it was ever going to be closed. Sull had bought the sealed cases at Hallowden on Kest's license 4 years before, and had never been asked for them back, and there were 9 of them, and Audrin went through the lot at 9 days a case with 2 returned clerks and a candle he did not need. Came up the south face on a wet morning and sat down, and did not give me a number first, which is how I knew. He said, it was 91 years ago. Then he said it again, because he was a clerk and he knew what a number does when you set it down twice. 91 years. Halvi has been in that ground since before anybody now living was born, and she has been asking us all what year it is, and every one of us has been changing the subject. The war had a name, and the name had been taken off the rolls, which is a thing that can be done and had been done thoroughly. There was no enemy in it anywhere. Harrow Gate was held by 1100 of the Crown's Own against the Crown's Own, in a quarrel about a succession that was settled the following winter by two families over a table in about an hour and a half. And the order that took them off the gate was given at 11 in the morning by a marshal on the Crown side, who wanted the position held for another 2 hours and then wanted it not held at all, and his name was in the 9th case, on a requisition signed. Odrin gave it to Halvi himself. He asked me first in the way you ask a stone, and then he did it anyway, and he did it in the open on the wall walk, because he said she would want to be somewhere with a job in front of her when she heard it. The name was Dorn, Marshal Aubric Dorn, whose great-grandson holds the Middlemarch and sits on the king's bench 9 days a year, and whose family has had a wing of the cathedral at Hallowden since the following spring. Halvi listened to the whole of it. Then she asked Odrin to say the name again, and he said it again, and she said thank you, and put her hands on the parapet, and stood there. She did not want him punished. She has never wanted him punished, and I have asked her 4 times over the years, in different ways, hoping for a different answer. What she said, in the end, was, he is 91 years dead, and I have been in a hole under a wall the whole time, asking a lot of strangers about it, and now I know. And I would like somebody to explain to me why it does not feel like anything. Odrin said, because you had it already. He said, you have had it since the morning, Halvi. What you wanted was for somebody else to say it out loud, so that it stopped being your private idea about your own life. And that is done now. And you are right. It does not feel like anything, and it will in about a year. She said, is that a clerk's opinion? And he said, no, that one is free. And she said, then I will have it, and went back down the wall walk to the gate gang, and Odrin stood up there on his own for a while. He was right about the year, in case anybody is keeping score. It took about a year, and it came on her in the middle of a morning over something that had nothing to do with any of it, which is how it usually goes. And Saja stood at the edge of the water. I am going to tell this plainly, because I have since heard 3 or 4 versions of it in which nobody is at fault. On the evening I went still, I walked her down to the ford, and I told her that I was going to be still for a while, and that she should stay with Halvi, and she asked how long, and I said, until the name sit down. She was 9. She had been 9 for 100 and some years by then, in a strip of ground behind a yew where they put the ones nobody claims, and in the whole of that time and the whole of her life before it, nobody had ever given her an instruction that she was expected to keep, so she kept that one. She stood at the edge of the water where I had left her, and she waited, and when they built the gate, she was inside the wall, and she still stood at the water, and when they built the mill, she stood beside the mill. They asked her in a great many times, and I have made myself hear the whole list. Halvi asked her. Meg Auber asked her twice and made up a bed. Tuck, who understood her better than any of us, asked her 9 or 10 times in 4 years, and never once asked her why she said no. She said no because I had told her to stay, and because a child who has been in a doorway does not know that an instruction can go stale, and because in 100 and some years, the only thing anybody had ever asked of her was to wait. Nobody worked it out. I want to be clear that it was not Halvi's fault, and it was not Tuck's. They asked, and she said she was all right where she was, and she was cheerful about it, and she asked every one of them whether it was cold out. It was mine. I said until the names sit down to a 9-year-old on a riverbank, and then I stood on a hill for 4 years. Meg Auber came up the south face about it once, in the 3rd winter, and stood in front of me with her arms folded and said what she had come to say, which was that she had built a bed and the bed was still empty. She said, I am not asking you to fix it, because you are a hill. Then she said, I am telling you, so that when you come back, you do not have to be told by somebody who is being kind about it. Then she said the thing I have carried ever since, and she said it without any heat in it whatsoever. She said, we all thought she was waiting for the spring. It has been 4 springs, Marrow, and she is waiting for you. And then she said, do not let it be 4 more, and went back down the hill, and I stood there, and could not so much as move my head. Varric said, well. Varric said it after a very long silence, and then it said, when you come up out of this, boy, the first thing you do is not the wall, and it is not the order, and it is not the man in ash gray. And I knew that. I had 4 years to know it. In the 4th autumn, 400 miles south, in the great yard at Hallowden, the Ashen Order did a thing it had done 11 times in 1,000 years, which is to call the houses in. They came from 9 cities over about 6 weeks, and they came with their own carts and their own smiths. And Sero stood on the chapter steps on a cold morning and did not make a speech. He read the count. 4,060. On a board at a gate, he said, and 3,000 walking, and a wall, and a road, and 1,100 yards of it built by a man from Andmere, who used to sell us lime. Then he said the only thing he said that morning that anybody wrote down. He said, in 940 years, we have never once had to do this to something that was building a road. El ido ida statis targates. Oi 8,000. That is the number they left Hallowden with, and they came north at 11 miles a day, and they were 4 days out before anybody in our valley knew they had started. The argument about whether to wake me went on for 2 days at the foot of my own foreleg, in front of my own face, and I heard about a third of it and could not vote. Odrin wanted it done the first hour. He had the count on the board within 4 hours of the rider coming in, and he stood there and read it out in his ledger voice and would not soften a figure of it. 8,000, he said, 11 miles a day, 4 days out, 3,090 of ours, of whom perhaps 600 could hold a line, and 1,100 living behind a wall that has 1 gate, and that gate does not close because Kest is still improving it. Halvi said, and what does waking him get us? Odrin said, a dragon, and Halvi said, no, and put her hand flat on the map on the barrel head, which is what she did instead of raising her voice. Gets us a dragon that is halfway through settling 600 names. Varix told him a season, and it has been 4 years, and I have watched 2 of ours share the same cat on the same roof, and I am not going to buy 1 battle with 600 people. Odrin said, and if we lose the battle, and Halvi said, then we lose the battle with 600 people who are still themselves, and he can have us all back afterwards, because he can. And that is the entire reason any of this works. I have gone over that exchange more times than I have gone over most of my own decisions, and I want to say 2 things about it that do not sit comfortably together. The first is that she was wrong. The second is that if she had been right, I would have said so out loud for the rest of my life, and she would never once have let me. Kest hung the gate on the 2nd day, at last, and it closed. He had had 4 years, and he closed it 11 hours before the order came over the ridge, and Audrin wrote the hour down, because Audrin wrote everything down. They came at noon on a clear day, and they came in 9 columns, because they had 9 houses, and I heard the horns through the ground, and every name in me heard them too. Sero came down to the gate with 11 men and a table, and the table is the thing nobody believes when I tell it. 4 of his men carried it down and set it up 80 yards from the wall on the flat, and he put a chair behind it and sat down and waited, and Halvi went out to him because somebody had to. Kest went with her, and Audrin went, and Tuck stood on the wall and hated all of it, and was told twice to keep his head down. Sero was about 45, and he had a face like a good clerk, and the first thing he did was stand up when Halvi reached the table, which nobody had expected, and which Halvi told me afterwards annoyed her more than a drawn sword would have. He said, I am Vaitsero. I command 9 houses of the Order of the Ash, and I am here to burn this ground. And I would like to spend an hour telling you why, because I think you are owed it, and because it is the only courtesy I have got. Anhasan Kosri Gay. Yidingen Halvin sight. We have heard it. Sero said, no, you have heard the shouted version. I have brought the ledger. And he put a book on the table, and he opened it, and he read out numbers for about a quarter of an hour. And every one of them was true. 940 years, he said. 211 risings on this continent, of which 204 ended when somebody put fire in them, and 7 ended when nobody did. He read the 7. He read them by name and by count, city by city, and the smallest of the 7 was 4,000 people, and the largest was a valley in the east, where there is now nothing at all and has been nothing for 600 years, and the number against that one was 91,000. Then he said, every one of the 7 began exactly like this, a quiet one, a useful one that talked and dug a well and gave people back their sons and was liked. He said, we have a word in the order for the good ones, and the word is early. Audrin said, out of turn, may I see the 9th entry? And Sero turned the book round for him without a flicker, and let a dead clerk read his ledger in the middle of a parley. And that is the single reason I have never been able to hate him. Audrin read it. Then he said, the figures are honest. He said it to Halvi, and it cost him, and Halvi did not thank him for it. Then Sero made his offer, and that is where it stopped being a conversation and started being the worst 6 hours the Wet Ford ever had. He said, "The living may go, all of them, today, out through my lines with what they can carry, and no man of mine will touch one of them, and I will put that in writing and sign it in front of you." Havyo vai sensai, ahai, Halvi said. "And the rest?" Sero said, "The rest I burn." And then he said the true thing, the one I have never once got out of my head. "I am not going to tell you they are not people," he said. "I looked at your board for an hour this morning. I am going to burn 4,060 people, and I have never said otherwise inside my own house, and I am not going to start in front of you." S said, "Then why?" And Sero said, "Because of the 91,000, and he did not raise his voice to say it. He let it sit. Then he said, if I am wrong about you, I have killed 4,000 who were already dead. If I am wrong about the 9th entry, there is a valley in the east with nothing in it. Those are not the same wager, and no honest man could pretend they are." Then he sat down and said, "You have until dusk, and go and tell the living." And Halvi went back up to the gate and did exactly that, in the open, in the road, without editing one word of it. There were 1,100 living people in that town, and the offer stood until dusk, and they had 6 hours to decide the rest of their lives in. 209 went. I want that number said properly, and I have never once let anybody in my hearing sneer at it. 209, most of them with children. Halvi opened the gate herself and stood beside it the whole time they walked out and said the same sentence to every single one of them, which was, this was the right thing to do. Meg Auber did not go. Ondervel did not go, and neither did his grandson. And Ondervel was 67 that autumn and stood on a wall for the first time in his life with a hedging hook. The rest stayed. 891 living people stayed inside a wall against 8,000, and about half of them stayed because there was somebody in that ground they had spoken to. The order came on at dusk, and they came on well. They were not a mob, and I have never allowed anyone to describe them as one. They came in 9 columns, with fire in the middle of each column, and they knew exactly what they were doing, because they had done it 204 times. I felt the first one go at about the 2nd hour of the 2nd night, and there is no way to prepare anybody for this, and I have tried. So I am going to tell it the way it happens. A name in me is a shape, not a picture and not a sound. A shape with an edge, the way your own hand has an edge in the dark. The consecrated fire does not kill them. It goes into the bone and it takes the shape out. And what is left where the shape was is nothing at all. Not a gap you can feel round. Nothing. The first one was Ness. She had gone forward on the east side with a shoeing hammer because that was what she always took. And she got in among them the way she got in among the standing 4 years before, and they had a man with a censer whose whole trade was standing behind the line and waiting for exactly that. I felt the edge of her go soft, and then I felt it not be there, and I came up out of 4 years of stillness like a man coming off a table. I want to be honest about the first thing I did, which was nothing useful. I stood up. 600 names went over in me at once, and I put my head down into the turf and could not lift it for a count of about 9. And Varix was shouting at me in a voice I had never heard it use. "Get up," it said. "Get up, boy. They are burning the edges, and there is nobody in this valley who can put a hand on that but you." The wall held for 3 hours after I woke, and that is the only good thing I have to say about the whole of that night. I did the thing I could do, which was be enormous in the dark at the place they were pushing, and it worked twice, and then it stopped working. Because the third time I went at the east side, they simply stepped back and put fire into the ground in front of me and let me come through it. 9 of ours went out in that stretch. 9 names at once in a line in about the time it takes to walk across a room, and I stood in the middle of it and could not put a claw down anywhere that mattered. That is the exchange I lost, and I lost it 4 times before I stopped offering it. Every time I made them give ground, they paid for the ground with names, and they had worked out inside an hour that the ground was worth it, and I had not worked out that I was the one buying. Audrin worked it out. He came up the inside of the wall with his hands behind his back in the middle of a burning night and said, "Stop pushing." Then he said, "Number first," and I said, "Do not." And he said the number anyway, because he was Audrin. 41, he said. "Since dusk, you have taken 11 yards on the east, and it has cost 41, and the yards do not have names on them." I stopped pushing. It took me until the middle of the night to stop, and I have never been able to say for certain whether stopping was right, and Audrin has never once told me it was, which is how I know he is not sure either. Across the field, at about the same hour, Sarah was doing arithmetic of his own, and I had it years later from a man who stood at his elbow all night and wrote it down. He had his sensors in the middle of the columns at dusk, because that is where 900 years of the order says they go. By the 4th hour, he had moved every one of them to the front and put 100 men round each one, whose only work was to keep it upright. The man at his elbow asked why, and Sarah said, "Because it is not a battle." He said, "Look at what it does when I take one. It does not defend the ground, it comes to the fire." Then he said the sentence that tells you why the order is 940 years old, and Kest's yard was 19. He said, "So we stop taking ground, and we make it come to us, and we let it spend." Ondervel's grandson took a spear through the shoulder on the gatewalk about an hour before light, and they brought him down into the yard because there was nowhere else to bring anybody, and he was going out fast, and I put my hand on him to move him. And the 5th gate went off in the middle of a burning yard, with a boy of 19 going out under my hand. I did not know what it was. Nobody had told me, because Varix had refused to tell me for 4 years, and what happened was that I put my hand on a living boy of 19 to lift him, and I felt the shape of him the way I feel the dead, and it was all wrong in one place, and I knew exactly which place. Then I put it right. I have no better description than that. It took about 4 seconds, and it was the easiest thing I have ever done. And when I took my hand away, he sat up and swore at me. Varix said, "5th gate, 600 names." Then it said, in a voice with something in it I did not have time to look at, "You are a physician again, boy, and I am sorry about the hour of it." I did not have time to feel anything about that at all, because Took was on my foreleg, screaming about the water. Here is what I had not thought about for 4 years, and I want it down plainly and without any arrangement, because I have heard people arrange it kindly, and I do not want it kind. The order's 9th column came up the riverbank outside the wall on the west, because that is what you do when the gate is on the east. And Saja was standing at the edge of the water on the west side, outside the wall, where I had told her to wait, not near it, at it, in the exact place, 4 years and 1 season, because a 9-year-old had been given an instruction by the only person who ever gave her one and had never been told it had run out. Tuck had gone over the wall for her. He had gone over the wall on his own without asking anybody 10 minutes before, and he was 200 yards short and running when I got my head up over the parapet, and I saw the whole of the last of it, and I could not get there. I was 400 yards away with a wall in between and 600 names in me, and I was the largest thing on that field, and it made no difference of any kind. She did not run. That is the thing. 3 men with a sensor came along the bank in the dark, and she stood exactly where she was and watched them come, because nobody had told her that this was one of the things you run from. And through the link in my chest in a room going out, she said, "Is it cold out?" I said no. I said it out loud on a wall in front of about 90 people, and I do not know whether it reached her. And I have asked Varix about it 400 times, and Varix has never once given me an answer. Then the shape went soft at the edge, and then there was nothing at all where the shape had been. And I have never once been able to describe the difference between those two things to anybody who has not felt it. Tuck got there about 9 seconds late and did the worst thing he has ever done in either of his lives, which was to stand still in the open on a burning riverbank and shout her name at a patch of grass until Halvi came over the wall and carried him back. I have never once let anybody say to Tuck that he was late. He knows the number. He has known it since that night, and he has never told me what he thinks it was, and I have never asked, and we have gone on like that for a very long time. By dawn, we had lost 111 names, and I will give them the way Audrin gave them, because he is the reason anybody has them at all. He read them out on the 9th morning from the cart step, name and trade, and where, as he did, and it took an hour and a quarter, and 800 living people stood in the road and listened to the whole of it in the rain. Ness, Tobin, who had been the first and who had asked me not to promise, Wick with the bad hand, 4 rows from his brother, which is where he was found 4 years ago, and where he was standing when it happened. Wednesday Ephration Haishis ear, Wend our Airy, the cutter from Tarn, whom Kest had talked to in the dark for 19 years, and who is the reason Kest spent the second day of that assault on the east wall with a bar in his hands and one eye. And a girl of about 9 or 10 with a tin cup out of the strip behind the U, where they put the ones nobody claims, whose name I am not going to write down again in this account until I have earned it back. Saro held the field at first light, and he had lost 400 men, and he did not care, because he had a censor, and I did not. And he had 8,000, and I had a hole in my chest, the shape of a child. He sent a man down at 9 in the morning with the same offer, in writing, signed for the living, and he had added one line to it in his own hand. The line was, I am not enjoying this. I believed him, and that was the whole of the difficulty, and it has been the whole of the difficulty ever since. Then I went down the inside of the wall, past 800 people who had watched me do nothing all night, and I put my hand flat on the ground of my own valley, and I asked it a question that had not occurred to me in 5 years, which was not who is in here. It was whose men are in here. And the ground under 800 yards of the Order of the Ash gave me the answer inside about 4 seconds, and the answer was 200 years long. The Order kept a house at this crossing for 81 years and gave it up 200 years ago, and the reason the Wet Ford has ever had any money at all is that when the house went, the ground it stood on stayed exactly where it was. Audrin had that out of the 9th case and had told me about it in the 2nd year while I was a hill, and I had heard about a third of it and remembered none, and he reminded me of it on the wall at 9 in the morning in 11 words. He said, they are camped on their own burying ground, and they do not know it, and neither did I until an hour ago. And I have been standing here since working out whether to tell you. Then he said the rest of it, and he said it fast, because Audrin could see me deciding and did not approve of the speed. 81 years of a house, he said, 200 and some in the ground, and the Order does not lift its dead. It leaves them where the house was. I asked how many. He said 211, and I have had the number since the 2nd winter, and I have been hoping for 4 years that you would never need it. Halvey said, do it. She said it before I had finished asking, and she said it in front of everybody on that wall. Audrin said, wait. He said it to me and not to her, and the wall went quiet because in 4 years, nobody on it had heard Audrin tell anybody to wait. And then he said the thing that has cost me more sleep than the Order ever did. He said, Corin, you did this once before. You brought a 91-year-old man out of a chest for 9 words and let him go, and you did it in front of an audience, and it worked. He said, I have not once told you it was wrong. I am telling you that it worked, and that a thing which works gets used again, and that this is the 2nd time in 5 years you have reached for a dead man to win an argument. I said, then what do I do instead? And Audrin said, exactly what you are about to do. Then he said, but you are going to say the whole of it out loud first, in front of me, so that in 11 years you cannot tell yourself you did it for them. So I said it out loud. I said, I am going to raise 211 of the Order's own dead in the middle of the Order's camp, in front of 8,000 men, because I cannot beat their fire and I can beat their nerve. Audrin said, thank you. Then he said, and now go and do it, because it is the only move on the board, and I have been through the board 4 times. There was one thing I had to work out on the way down the slope, and it is the entire reason what followed was not simply a weapon with people in it. Only the willing come up. That is not a piece of decency I hold to when it suits me. It is the shape of the thing, and it means that before I could put one man of the Order on his feet in that camp, I had to ask 211 people whether they would stand up in front of their own house and be looked at. I went out of the gate on my own at 10 in the morning, with the whole of 2 armies watching, and I did not go towards them. I walked 40 yards onto the flat where Saro had put his table, and I lay down. Varric said, if there is a more ridiculous way to win a war, I have not seen it in 800 years. And then it said, go on, and it did not say anything else for an hour. I put both hands in the ground, and I asked, and 8,000 men stood in a field and watched a dragon lie down in the grass and do nothing whatsoever. It took a very long time. It took an hour and 11 minutes by Audrin's count, which he took from the wall, and I want to give some of what came back because people imagine it was a chorus, and it was not. 40 said no. 40 of 211, straight off, most of them fast, and one of them, a woman, said no, and then explained why for about a minute and a half, although I had not asked, and what she said was that she had believed the whole of it in life and would not stand up and be used against it now. I told her that was a whole answer, and I took my mind off her, and she is one of about 9 people in this account I think about who never did anything at all. 60 said yes on condition, and the condition was almost always the same, and it always came out sideways. They wanted to know whether the house was still standing. They wanted to know whether their names were still read. One asked whether there was still a bell, and 111 said yes without any conditions, and about a third of those said yes before I had finished asking, because they had been in that ground under a camp of their own people for 190 years, listening to nobody. Then I stood up, and they came up with me, and I have been told since that I was the last thing on that field anybody was looking at. Not in a line. That is the thing I got right, and I got it right by accident, because I had no way of doing it in a line. They came up where they were, and where they were was under 8,000 men. They came up between the fires and behind the picket line, and in the middle of the horse lines, and one of them came up under a wagon and had to be helped out by a boy of 17, who was still holding a bucket. They came up in ash gray, 200 years in the ground, and the cloth was gone, but the order buries its own with the pin, and every one of them came up with a pin. I did not say one word for the whole of the next hour, and not saying it was the only clever thing I did the entire day, and it was Halvi who told me to do it, and she told me the night before. The order did not break the way an army breaks. It went quiet in patches, and the patches joined up, and the noise that came out of 8,000 men over about 4 minutes was the noise a market makes when something has happened at the far end of it. The 7th house went first, and it went because of a man called Anselm Ref, who had been in the order 31 years and was standing about 9 feet from where his own sergeant came out of the turf. The sergeant's name was Call, and he had been dead 190 years, and Anselm Ref had never met him in his life. But Anselm Ref had the role of the 7th house by heart, the way they all do, and he had said that name aloud at the reading 4 times a year for 31 years. Call said, "Is that the 7th? Anselm Ref said yes, and Call said, "Well, get me a coat then. It is a disgrace standing about like this." I did not hear it. I have it from 11 people, and none of them tells it differently. Anselm Ref took his own coat off and put it round a man who had been in the ground since before his great-grandfather, and then he sat down on the grass in front of his own column and would not get up. A captain of the 4th house went along his own line, taking censers off men and putting them on the ground, and he did it without saying anything. And by the time he had finished, nobody was arguing with him, and Saro stood in the middle of the whole of it and did not move for a very long time, and nobody went near him, and I have wondered since whether anybody in that order had ever gone near him. His father came up 11 yards from the command tent, which nobody planned, and which I could not have arranged if I had wanted to, because I did not know he was there, and neither did Saro. His name was Halder Saro, and he had died of a fever on campaign in this district when the son was 11 years old, and the son had been told he died on the march, and had never in 34 years been told where. Sarah went over to him and stopped about 6 feet off and did not say anything at all for what everybody agrees was a very long time. Then he said, "I did not know where you were." And Halder Saro said, "Nobody did, boy. That is how it is done." Then he said, "Are you in it?" And Saro said yes, and his father said, "Oh, well, your mother will be pleased." And that is the moment 8,000 men found out what their commander's face does. Saro said she died. His father said, "Yes, I expect she did." And then he said, "Was it slow?" And Saro said no. And his father said, "Good." Then after a while, he asked whether the barley had come in that year, because he had gone out in the summer and had been thinking about it. And he asked in the tone of a man who knows the answer does not matter and wants it anyway. It had come in. It was a good year that year, and Saro told him so. And his father said there, and put his hand on his son's arm and left it there a while. There is a version of this that people tell in which the order was shamed. It was not. Shame is a small thing, and what happened on that field was larger and quieter. And I have watched it from the other side of a ward often enough to know its face. They were not shamed. They were relieved, and the relief broke them. And it broke them worse than shame ever could have. 'Cause if the ones who come up are people, then 204 risings is not 204 risings at all. It is a different number entirely. It is a number the order has never once said out loud in 940 years. And every man on that field did the arithmetic inside a minute and a half, and not one of them needed me to do it for him. 3 houses stood down before noon. Saro ordered the assault to go on at 1 in the afternoon, and a captain of his own 4th house said, "No, sir. in the open, in front of the army. And Sero did not have him touched. He stood there and took it in front of 8,000 men, and then he said, "Noted," and walked away. And that is the moment I stopped thinking of him as an enemy and started thinking of him as a problem. He came to the gate at 4 in the afternoon. He came alone and on foot, and he did not bring the table. And Halvi let him through the gate, which she had not been asked to do, and did not consult anybody about. He said, "You have not proved me wrong. I want that first, because you are going to hear it said the other way for the rest of your life." He said, "You have proved I cannot do it with these men. Those are different. And in 900 years, the difference has been the whole of the story." Then he said, "I am taking 8,000 men home, and I will be asked why. And I am going to tell the chapter the truth, and after that it will not be me who comes back." Halvi said, "Will somebody come back?" And Sero said, "Yes, not this year. Not with censors, because censors are finished. Everybody on that field watched them be finished." He said, "Next time it will be lawyers, and it will be worse, and you will not know you have lost until it is done." Then he asked me for his father. He asked properly, in the plain words, and then he stood there with his hat in his hands and waited for the answer like any other man at any other gate. I told him the truth, which was that Halder Sero was mine now, in the room with the others, and that I could not promise him 100 years, and that the only person in that valley entitled to decide anything was Halder Sero. So we asked him. His son stood there while I asked him. And the old man said he would like to stop, and he said it kindly and without any hurry. And he said, "I had the thing I wanted, boy, and it was about the barley, and I am not going to do better than that." Sero watched his father go for the second time in his life, at the age of 45, in front of his own command, and he did not put a hand out, and he did not make a sound. Then he said, "Thank you." And then he said, "That is the most useful hour I have ever spent, and I would burn this ground tomorrow if I had the men." And I do not think either of those sentences is a lie. They went south at first light, and it took them 2 days to go past, and the Wetford stood along the wall and the road and watched the whole 2 days of it. I stood on the wall and watched 8,000 men walk away from a town that would have been ash by Thursday, and Odrin stood beside me with the book under his arm, and he was not looking at the road. He said, 111 names gone and 211 ordered dead in the room, and we have not lost the valley." Then he said, "And now I want you to think about the sentence he said about lawyers, because it is the only thing anybody has said in 3 days that frightened me." 9 days later, 400 miles south, a woman of 26 in a black riding coat stood in a stable yard at Hallowden, listening to a soldier of the 4th house tell it for the 9th time to anybody who would buy him a drink. She did not buy him a drink. She waited until he had finished, and then she asked him one question, and the question was not about the dragon. She asked whether it was true that the thing on the mound had put a dead man on his feet in front of his own son, and had let him say his own name, and had not owned him afterwards. The soldier said it was true, and that he had been about 40 feet away, and that he would swear to it anywhere, and Iskadorn went and found her horse. The road filled up inside 3 weeks, and it never emptied again, and the difficulty stopped being the order and started being the queue, which is the sort of difficulty nobody sings about. Audrin put a book on a trestle at the gate and wrote down who wanted whom and when they had arrived. And inside a month, men were trying to buy places in it. And inside 2 months, a man from Ondmere had been beaten in the road for selling places in it that were not his to sell. Halvi's answer was a rope with knots in it, and a rule that a place could not be sold, given, inherited, or prayed for. And Odrin's answer was to write the whole rule on the board under the 4060, and between them it held for about 11 years. Tuck was on the gate the morning Iskadorn came up the road, which is the only reason any of it happened the way it happened. He had 11 people ahead of her, and a rope and a book and instructions, and she came up on a good horse in a black riding coat with one man behind her, and she went straight past the rope to the front. Tuck said, "Back of the queue," and he said it to a woman on a good horse with a sword behind her, and he said it in exactly the voice he used on Carter's. She said, "I have ridden 400 miles, Tuck said. So has he, and pointed at a man from the Fen country who had walked it, and then he said it again and stood in front of her horse. I want to say that this was policy. It was not policy. It was a 15-year-old stable boy who who had been given a job and did not know how to do it anyway except properly. And it is the single luckiest thing that ever happened to this valley. Because she got down off the horse and went to the back of the queue, and she stood in it 2 days, and by the end of the second day, about 90 people had told her their business, and she had told none of them hers. She learned more about us in 2 days than the Order learned in 4 years, and she did it by holding somebody's baby and saying almost nothing. Meg Auber fed her twice, and told me afterwards that the girl ate like a soldier, and asked about the mill, and that she had watched her hand her own place in the rope to a woman who was further gone than she looked. Tuck had to be told about that, because Tuck had counted the rope, and the numbers did not come out. And when it was explained to him, he went and found her in the road and said she was not allowed to do that. And she said noted, and did it again the following morning. Audrin came and found me on the second evening, with his hands behind his back, and gave me the name before he gave me anything else, which was not his usual order. He said, Dorn. Then he said, and Halvi is on the gatewalk, and she was standing beside me when the girl gave it to the book. I asked what Halvi had done. Audrin said she wrote it down, gave her a place, told her the water was on the left, and went back to counting timber. Then he said, and I would rather you did not go and be kind to her about it this evening, because she will take your head off, and I would have to write that down as well. The Dorns had held the Middle March for 400 years. Marshal Albrecht Dorn gave the order at the Harrow Gate at 11 in the morning, 91 years ago, and his great-grandson sits on the king's bench 9 days a year, and his granddaughter was standing in my road holding a horse. I did the arithmetic that everybody does, and Audrin let me do it and then took it off me. He said she was not born. Then he said, and neither were you, and go and see what she wants, because she has been in that queue for 2 days, and she has not once asked to jump it. She came up on the third morning. Her man came with her and stood a pace behind and to the left with a sword he was not wearing well, because it was a heavy old thing made for a bigger man, and I found out inside a minute whose it had been. She said, my name is Iska Dorn. This is Waskori, who was my father's captain and is now mine, and who has not slept properly in 2 years, which is my fault. Ori said, it is not, and she said, it is, and he said, we do this every morning, and to me he said, do not let her start, and that was the first sentence I ever heard him say. I Ilaistais infinsai. Anjao liked him inside 4 seconds. I want that recorded here, at the front, before the rest of it, because I have been told since that I should have known and I did not know, and I liked him inside 4 seconds. She did not ask for anything for the first quarter of an hour. She asked me questions. She asked what a refusal costs, whether I keep them afterwards, who feeds the living, who pays for the road, and what happens if I am killed. That last one nobody had asked me out loud in 5 years, including me, and Audrin wrote it down in front of her, which was Audrin's way of applauding. Then she said, my father is in your ground, and I said that a great many people's fathers were in my ground. And she said no. You have 4,060 on a board, she said, and 2,960 of them came in on carts. My father went into a cart on the 9th of the Ember month 2 years ago, and he is in your 3rd cart section. Then she said, I know because I paid a man 11 crowns to find out, and he has since drowned in 9 inches of water on a road he had walked for 30 years. Nobody in that hall said anything for a moment. Then Audrin said, in the tone he keeps for a column that has come out right, and Iska Dorn looked at him properly for the first time. She said, his name was Ruel Dorn. He was killed in his own house with a cup of wine, which I am told is the lazy way, and the will that was read 9 days later was not the will he wrote, and it was witnessed by 3 men who are all alive and respectable, and one of them is a bishop. I asked what she wanted, and she gave me the sentence, and she gave it flat, without any performance in it at all, and she had clearly had 2 years to get it down to the right length. She said, I do not want an army. I have been offered 2, and I turned both down. I want my father to stand up and say who killed him, out loud, in front of witnesses, and I want it done in daylight where nobody can say afterwards that it was a trick. Audotrais, Weiss, Wando Ulturen Sains, Idolfane says, wanted to put his book down on the trestle, which in 5 years I had seen him do exactly twice, and both of the other times somebody had died. He said, do you understand what you are asking for? She said, I understand exactly what I am asking for, and I have understood it for about 9 months, and I have not said it out loud to anybody until this morning, because there was nobody to say it to. Then she said, I am asking you to break the law of the continent, not bend it. Break it in one piece on a Tuesday in front of people. Odrin said, say why, and she said, because there is no code from here to the sea that provides for the testimony of a dead man. She said, and there is no code that forbids it either, and there is a reason for that, and the reason is that nobody has ever had to write it down. Every will, she said, every title, every wardship, every disputed border, and every quiet death in a good house on this continent for 1,000 years has rested on one thing, which is that the person it happened to is not available for comment. And if he speaks, and Iskadorn said, then half the nobility of this country will be standing in a burying ground inside a year, and the other half will be trying to make it a hanging offense to dig. Varix in my chest said, oh, I like this one. And then it said, watch her hands, boy, she has not moved them once. I told her the thing I had to tell her, and I told it badly, and I have never been able to work out an order to put it in that makes it any better. I said, before we go any further, you need to know whose ground you are standing on and who is standing behind you. Halvi had come up the hall at some point in the last few minutes because Halvi always knew where I was and always had done, and she was against the wall with her arms folded and her rusted coat and no jaw, and she had been there long enough to have heard the whole of the will. I said, this is Halvi, daughter of Roth, third shield of the Harrowgate. Then I said, 91 years ago, your great-grandfather took 1,100 people off a wall in a hurry, and they are under this floor, and she is one of them, and she has known his name for 4 years. Iskadorn did not apologize. I have thought about that a great deal, and I have come round to being grateful for it, because an apology in that hall would have been about her. She stood there and worked through it, and it took her about 9 seconds. Then she turned round and faced Halvi properly, which meant turning her back on me, which nobody in 5 years had done. And then she asked Halvi the question Halvi asks everybody, and I am fairly certain she did not know she was doing it. And Odrin looked at me, and I looked at the floor. She said, what do you need? And then she waited, with her hands still, the way you wait when you actually intend to hear the answer. Halvi did not answer for a long while. Corey shifted his weight, and Odrin looked at the ceiling, and I did not say a word. And eventually Halvi said, I need your family to stop. Iska said, so do I. That is why I am standing in this hall and not at Halloden with an army. And it is why I turned down the second one, which was a good one. Then Halvi said, and I need something smaller, and I have not asked anybody for it in 4 years because it is stupid. The cart route is 91 years old, she said. Your great-grandfather opened it to lose 1,100 people. It has been open ever since. Your father went down it. And somebody in your family has signed for a cart every year for 91 years. She said, I want to see the signatures, all of them, in order. And Iskadorn said, so do I. And that is the second thing I came for, and I did not think I would get to say it out loud today. That is how those two started, and it did not become a friendship for about 3 years. And when it did, it was the sort that mostly consists of arguing about ground. Corey took me aside afterwards in the yard, which took nerve, because I am the size of a chapel, and he came up to my elbow. He said, I am going to say this once, and then I am going to stop. She has had 2 years of men telling her they will fix it, and every one of them wanted something, and one of them wanted the march and nearly got it. Then he said, if you cannot do this, say so today. Do not let her stand in your hall for a month being hopeful, because I have watched what hopeful does to her, and I would rather she were angry. I told him I could not promise a thing, because her father might say no, and that if he said no, it would be final, and there would be no second attempt and no appeal to anybody. Corey stood there for a moment with his hand on that heavy old sword. Then he said, he will not say no, and I asked how he could possibly know. And he said, because I knew him, and he would not leave her in it. I have gone over that exchange perhaps 400 times. He meant every word of it. That is the thing nobody believes, and it is the only thing about the whole business I am certain of. We went into the mound that afternoon, and we went in with lamps and a ledger and 11 people, and none of it was the way anybody imagines it. I want to be plain about how unpleasant that was, because people imagine a hall and a ceremony, and it was a cart section, which is a slope of clay under a rib with about 900 people in it, laid in no order at all by men in a hurry at night. Audrin had it narrowed to about 40 by the ledger, and to about 11 by the way the fall lies, and after that it was my hands, one at a time, and Iskadorn came down with us and did not once ask us to hurry. She stood in that clay 2 hours in a good coat holding a lamp, and every so often she would say a name and I would say no, and then she would say the next one, and she never once said it faster. Corey stood behind her the whole time with his hand on her father's sword, and twice he asked her to come up and get warm, and both times she said she would in a minute, and both times he stayed where he was. He carried a stone in his pocket that a child had given him on the road, and he showed it to Tuck that morning. And Tuck showed him a horse brush, and the two of them got on the way people get on when neither of them is anybody important. We found him at the 11th. I knew before I had my whole hand down, the way I knew with Audrin, because the ones from carts lie differently. And then the third gate went off the way it does, without asking me and without switching off. And I saw it. I saw a room with a good window, and a fire, and a table with papers on it. I saw a cup put down on the left of the papers, and a hand take it away and put another one in its place, and I saw the hand. I saw Ruel Dorn look up and say something and smile, because he knew the man, and I saw him drink it, and I saw how long it took, and it took a very long time, and the man stayed in the room for the whole of it. He stayed. That is what I want on the record. He sat down on the edge of the table and stayed in that room for 2 hours and did not once look away, and at the end of it, he closed the eyes, and his hands were shaking so hard he could not do the second one. Iska said, "Is he there?" She said it twice, and the second time she used the living name, the way everybody does when they have stopped being careful. She said, "Marrow, is he there?" I did not answer her, because I had my hand on a man in the clay, and I could not lie and I could not speak. And I lifted my head up out of the fall and looked at Was Corey standing 11 feet away in the lamplight with his hand on my witness's sword. I said yes. That was all I said in the clay, and I said it to Iska Dorn with my hand still on her father and my head turned the wrong way, and everybody in that lamplight heard the shape of it. Then I said, "Come up out of here, all of you." And I said it in a voice that got them up the slope in about a minute and a half without one question. Was Corey went up with the rest. He did not run, and he did not look back, and he did not put a hand near that sword, and he stood in the yard afterwards holding a lamp for other people to see by. Iska came at me in the yard with the whole of it in her face. She said, "You saw?" I said I had. She said, "Say it," and I said no. She said, "Why not?" And I said, "Because you asked me for something 2 days ago, and it was not this. You asked me for your father to say it himself, out loud, in front of witnesses, and if I say it now, then for the rest of your life, it will be a thing a monster told you in a yard at night." Audrin said, "He is right, and it is worse than he is putting it." He said, "If you hear it from him first, you will spend the ceremony watching a face instead of listening, and every man there will see you watching, and by supper time, the story will be that you had it arranged." Iskadorn stood in that yard for a long moment. Then she said, "All right," and she did not ask again, and she did not once in the following 9 days look at anybody in a way that gave it away, and I have never met anybody else who could have done that. Corey knew. I want that understood before anything else, because the rest of it makes no sense whatsoever otherwise. He had watched me put my hand on a dead man and go still and lift my head and look at him, and he was not a stupid man, and he had 9 days and 2 horses and 400 miles of road available to him. He stayed. He mended a gate that was not his to mend. He taught Tuck a way of getting a horse to stand that did not work but was worth knowing, and the two of them spent an afternoon on it, and I walked past them twice. The ceremony was hers and not mine, and I want that said plainly, because for 2 years afterwards, men in 3 counties told it as a thing the ossuary did. She did not summon anybody, because she had nothing on this earth to summon them with. What she did instead was announce a reburial, which is a thing any daughter may do. She had it written out and copied 9 times and sent by 4 riders, and the wording was flat and correct and impossible to refuse. The body of Ruel Dorn, Baron of the Middlemarch, had been found in the pit at the wet ford. It would be returned to his family on the 9th of the month for proper burial in daylight. Every man who had witnessed that had to be there, not because she asked, because Adorn was going into the ground in the open with 9 counties watching, and the 3 men who had sworn to his last wishes could not be the 3 men who did not come. The bishop came. The uncle came, with 11 riders and a face like a closed shop, And they came because staying away was the only thing worse than coming, which is how she had built it. 900 people came in the end. Odrin counted them, because Odrin counted everything, and about 600 of them were ours and about 300 were living, and Halvi put ropes up. I did it on the slope in front of the cart section at 11 in the morning on a clear day with a wind coming up the valley, and I did it lying down. No hall, no table, no cloth of any kind. The ground where he was found, with the clay still open and a plank walk laid over the wet, and me lying down on the slope with my hands in it, and 900 people standing above on the grass where they could see everything I did. That was Odrin's insistence, and he had argued for 3 days to get it. He said, whatever this becomes, it becomes it today. And if it is done in a hall, then in 11 years, every one of these will be done in a hall by whoever owns the hall. I asked Ruel Dorn, the way I ask everybody, in the plain words, with the offer of no in them. There is no other way of doing it, and there never has been. He came up on the second minute, and the first thing he did was not to speak. He got his elbows under him, and he came up onto his knees in the clay, and he looked along the line of the rope until he found her, and then he stopped and looked at her and did nothing else at all. Iska did not move either. 900 people watched a woman of 26 and a 2-year-old corpse look at each other across 11 yards of open ground for what Odrin timed at 90 seconds. Then Ruel Dorn said, "You got taller." She said, "I did not." He said, "You did," and she said, "I am 26. He said, "Well." Then he said, "How long?" And she said, 2 years. And he put his hand over his face and left it there a while, and 900 people stood on a hillside and let him. I'll see why if I'm be spies. I guess they have done this perhaps 11,000 times, and I still do not know what to do while it is happening. In the ward, you fold linen. There is no linen on a hillside. Then he said, "Is Corey with you?" And she said, "Yes." And he said, "Good." And there was a noise from about 400 people who knew what was coming and one person who did not. She asked him. She stood on that slope and asked her own father in front of a bishop, and she asked it in the plain words, because she had decided 9 days before that she would not dress it. She said, "Who killed you?" And Ruel Dorn did not answer for a very long time. He looked at the clay, and he worked his jaw, and he looked at his brother once, standing up there with 11 riders, and then he looked back at his daughter, and I felt the whole of what he was doing, and I could not help him with any of it. He said, "Must I?" And he said it to her, and not to me. That is the sentence every telling leaves out. Every telling of that morning has him name Corey in the first breath like a man in a story, and what he actually said in front of 900 people was stidi, midi ben I, modedi was ne dan dodrapais, ne bistrain thigh. And Iska said yes, and did not soften it, and did not look away. And I have thought since that the two of them were the same person for about 4 seconds. He said her name once. Then he said, Waskori put it in the cup and stayed in the room while I drank it. And he sat on the edge of my own table and did not look away once. And I want that said as well. The noise that came off that hillside is the loudest thing I have ever been under. And I have been under a wall coming down. Corey did not move. He was standing near the bottom of the rope with his hat in his hands, and he did not run. And when Halvi came down the line for him, he put the hat under his arm and walked out to meet her. Iska got to him first, and Halvi stopped where she was and put an arm out to stop the two behind her, and nobody laid a hand on Waskori that morning. Iska said, "Why?" And Corey said, "Because of the 9th of the Ember month 9 years before that." And then he pointed at the ground, and 1,100 people watched a man point at a slope of clay and had no idea what they were looking at. Then he said the sentence that broke the continent, and he said it looking at the clay and not at her. "Ask him," he said, "what he had me do to your mother." I want to be exact about the next 4 minutes, because they are the 4 minutes that changed the law of this continent, and not one of them was planned by anybody. Iska turned round and looked at her father, and her father, who was on his knees in a cart section in the open with his own brother watching, said nothing at all, and that was the whole of his answer, and everybody up on that grass understood it at the same moment. She said, "Is my mother in this ground?" She said it to Odrin and not to me, because she had been in that valley 11 days and had already worked out who holds the answers. Odrin had the ledger open before she had finished the sentence. He said, 9th of the Ember month, 9 years earlier, 1 cart, and he said the entry number, and then he said, "I am sorry, I have had that entry for 4 years, and it was a name and a date, and I did not know whose mother it was. Iskadorn stood on that slope for a while. Then she turned around to me and asked me for the second one, in public, on the same morning, and every lawyer in 3 counties who was standing on that grass understood what was about to happen before she finished asking. I found her about 9 feet down and 11 feet over from where the father had been, which is what a single cart looks like 9 years apart, and I asked her, and she said yes before I had got to the end of it. Her name was Wisolt Dorn. She came up, and she did not look at her husband, and she did not look at Corey. She found the girl the way the father had, and the first thing she said was, "Is that Iska?" Iska said yes. Isolt Dorn said, "She is very tall," and then she said, "I am so glad," and Iska Dorn went down on the grass. We got about 4 sentences out of Isolt Dorn that morning, and I have carried all 4 of them since, and I could say them in my sleep if I slept. She said her husband gave the order. She said Corey drove the cart and cried the whole way and asked her 3 times to run, and that she had told him no, because there were 400 people in that house, and Ruel Dorn would have gone through every one of them. Then she said, "I told him to look after the girl, and he said he would. And I see he has been about it a long while," and she said that, with a man standing 11 yards away, who had just been named a murderer in front of 9 counties. And then she said, "That is enough of that," and asked whether the pear tree by the east door was still standing, and it was not, and she took that harder than anything else, which is a thing I have seen perhaps 200 times and have never got used to. 2 murders came out of one hillside inside a quarter of an hour, and one of the murderers was standing there alive and the other was on his knees in the clay. And there was not a code from here to the sea that had one word to say about any of it. The bishop left before the end. He got on his horse while Isolt Dorn was still speaking, and about 600 people watched him do it, and that is the last thing that Bishop was ever famous for. The uncle did not leave, and I have to give him that. He stood there with his 11 riders, and he heard the whole of it, and at the end of it he came down the slope and said to Iska, "The will is a forgery. I signed it, and I did not know about your mother." Then he said, "And I will say the first 2 of those in front of anybody you like, and I will not say the third one again because I can hear how it sounds." Iska took the march back inside 4 months, and she took it in a court on paper quietly, and Audrin did most of the paper. The court took 4 months and a room and a great deal of Audrin. What she did on the hillside took about a minute, and the minute is what everybody actually remembers. She went to Corey, and she took her father's sword off him, and she did not shout, and she undid the belt herself because his hands had gone. Then she carried it 11 yards down the rope and put it into the hands of Halvi, daughter of Roth, 3rd shield of the Harrow Gate, whose 1100 her own great-grandfather had put in a pit. Then she said, out loud so that 900 people got it, that no Dorn would carry that again while she was alive. Halvi looked at the thing for a moment. Then she said, "It is a bad sword." And Iska said, "I know." And Halvi said, "I will keep it." And that was the whole of the exchange. And they have both told it to me exactly the same way for years. Corey, she did not punish. That is the thing nobody could get their head round, and men argued about it in inns for a decade. She told him he was free, and that he was not hers, and that he could go anywhere on the continent, and she would not follow him or write about him. And Was Corey said he would stay, and she said, "I cannot stop you," and walked up the hill. He stayed 11 years. He mended things. He never carried a weapon again, and he never once tried to talk to her, and she never once spoke to him. And about 9 years in, they began nodding, and that is where it got to. The law did not fall over that morning. It convulsed, which is slower and a great deal uglier and goes on for years, and we were in the middle of it before anybody had a name for it. Audrin followed the whole of it from a trestle at our gate, because the paper came to us now, whole saddlebags of it, and he read every sheet and answered most of them himself in a hand nobody could tell from a living clerk's. Inside 4 months, there were 2 bills. The first would have made the testimony of the dead admissible in any suit of blood, title, or murder, with a register and a license and a fee, and it was got up by men whose grandfathers had died in circumstances they had never been happy about. The second would have made it a hanging matter to open a grave without the consent of the ground's owner, and it was got up faster and it was better drafted. And Audrin said so out loud with something close to admiration. He said, "Look at the second clause." Then he said, "Whoever wrote this understood the whole of it in about a day, because it does not say one word about you. It says ground and owner, and there is not a burying ground on this continent that is owned by the people in it." Both bills stalled, and both of them are stalled to this day, And the reason is the same reason, and everybody in that country knew it inside a season. Half of the great houses wanted the dead herd. The other half had somebody in the ground with a question, and the two halves were not the same halves in any two counties, and no man could be certain which half he was in until it was much too late. Iska put it better than anybody in a hall at Haloden a year later. She said, "You are not arguing about whether the dead may speak. You have all decided that. You are arguing about who gets asked first. Now the number, because the number is the reason this account gets worse from here rather than better, and because Odrin would want it said in the right place. He gave it to me 11 weeks afterwards, and he gave it to me standing up. 416, he said. 416 graves opened between here and the sea since the 9th of the month by people who cannot do what you do. He said, they dig them up and they stand them on their feet and they shout the questions at them and nothing answers because there is nobody there to answer, and then they do it to the next one. Then he said, and there have been 9 killings over it that I have heard of, and one of those was a whole family. And I would like you to understand that not one of those 416 holes was dug by a wicked person. They were dug by people who had watched a woman get her mother back on a hillside and had gone home to a burying ground with a name in it. Halvi closed the road for 11 days after Audrin gave me that number, and it made everything worse inside a week, because a queue that cannot move turns into a camp, and a camp turns into a market, and a market has men in it selling certainty. Audrin came to me on the 9th evening of it, with his hands behind his back, and said, "We are doing this the wrong way round, and I have been doing it the wrong way round for 5 years, and I would like to say so before I say the rest." He said, everybody who comes up that road wants one person. That is all any of them want, and there are 400,000 people in this country, and about a third of them have somebody in the ground with a question. Then he said, so we cannot sell that, and we cannot give it away fast enough, and while we stand here arguing about the rope, 416 holes have been dug by people who watched us and went home hopeful. I asked what the other way round was, and Audrin said, sell them the thing they do not know they have lost. He had been working on it for 2 years while I was a hill, which I did not know, and he had a list, and the list is the whole of the second half of this account, and it started with a jar. The jar was on the trestle when I came into the hall the next morning, and it was about a hand high and the wrong color, and Kest was standing over it with one eye and an expression I had never seen on him. He said, that is Andmir blue. I said it looked like a jar. He said, it is Andmir blue, and the last man who could make it died in the year of the 3rd succession. And this town has bought it in off a ship at 9 crowns a jar for 111 years. Then he said, and it was made in my yard on Tuesday by a woman called Senate Arch, who has been in your cart section for 140 years, and who wants to know why we are all being so stupid about the ash. Senate Arch was a small, furious person who had been a glass colorist and had died of nothing interesting, and who had spent 140 years in the clay with, by her own account, nothing on her mind but the ash question. She got it in 9 days. It took her 9 days and 1 broken pot and a great deal of shouting at Kest, who took it, and at the end of the 9 days there was a jar on a bench that no living hand on this continent could have made. The first thing anybody did with it was fill it with water and stand it in a window in Meg Auber's kitchen, and I want that recorded because it is the only bit of the whole trade I ever properly enjoyed. 9 people came to look at it in the first hour. Aundervel came down and stood in front of it for a while and said, my mother had one of those, and did not say anything else for a bit. The list ran to 61 items by the spring, and to 209 by the year after, and Odrin kept it in a book with a lock on it that would not have stopped a determined child. A mortar that goes off underwater, which Kest had been chasing for 4 years and got in an afternoon from a man who had built harbor steps, a way of tempering a hedging blade so that it does not go at the shoulder, which came from a smith who had been dead 90 years and was extremely rude about the modern one. A blue, a red, a way of setting a millstone that takes a third off the wear, a joint for a cart axle that no wheelwright between here and the sea had seen, because the family that used it were all in the same fever pit outside Onmere in a bad year, and there is nobody left to have inherited it. But I want to be honest about the flavor of it, because people write about this now as though it were a library. It was not a library. It was 900 old people who had been lying in the dark for a century being asked what they were good at, and finding out that nobody had done it since. Senate Arch cried the first time she heard the ship price, not because it was money, because it meant that for 111 years, everybody had done without. The other one worth telling is the trade in nothing at all, which is what Varix called it, and which was, obviously, Tux. The living in that valley had to eat, and the dead in that valley had nothing whatsoever to do between contracts. And about the second month, somebody worked out that a person who does not get tired can turn a spit for 4 hours without complaining. Inside a year, we had 400 of the dead cooking for 800 of the living, and I have never eaten any of it, and I am told it started very badly indeed. Varix supervised. Varix, which has not tasted anything in 800 years and had been, by its own repeated account, the greatest glutton ever to hold territory on this continent, stood in my chest and gave instructions through me to a kitchen of dead people, at volume, daily. It said things like, "Tell her the fat goes in cold, and tell that one that if he salts it at the start, he is a vandal," and I passed all of it on, and about a third of it was right and the rest was 800 years out of date. Meg Auber ran the kitchen and took none of it and told me to my face that whatever was living in my ribs had last cooked for a court that ate swans and could keep its opinions. Varix sulked for 9 days. Then it came back with a thing about bones and stock that was so good she wrote it on the wall, and it has been on that wall ever since, and Varix has mentioned it to me approximately once a fortnight for the rest of my life. Huck got his cart horses to stand for him in the 4th year of trying, which is not the same as riding, and which he would tell you himself before you had finished congratulating him. Not to be ridden. They will not carry the dead, and they never have, and I have stopped hoping about it. But he got 2 of the mill horses to stand while he brushed them, and it took him 4 years and a great deal of standing still in cold fields. And the trick in the end was that he stopped wanting it. Oldrin wrote the date down. Halvi came and looked and did not say anything and went away. And that evening, every horse in the valley had a new brush on its stall hook, and nobody ever admitted to it. The money was real, and I want to give the shape of it, because it explains everything that happened afterwards, and because Odrin would come out of the ground a second time if I left it vague. The first contract was the blue, and it was with Onmir, and Kess negotiated it, which meant walking back into the town that had watched him come home blind with 40 dead behind him. He got 900 crowns a year for it, and he got it by doing the thing nobody else would have thought of, which was to let the guild send 3 men here to watch Senate Arch work and to argue with her. They came for a fortnight and stayed 9 weeks. 2 of them went home. The third one, a man of about 30 called Pell, sent for his wife. That is how the school started, although nobody called it that for years, and Odrin would not put it in the book under a name until it had a roof. By the 3rd year, the trade was 11,000 crowns, and it paid for the road, the mill, the wall, 400 living wages, and a hospital with a living doctor in it, who was paid more than anybody else in the valley. Aldrin read the accounts out at the gate twice a year in the open, where anybody could stand and listen, because he said a town that will not read its own numbers out loud has already decided to steal something. Aldrin got his own payment that year, and it was not money, and he did not ask for it, and would have refused it if anybody had offered. A man came up the road in the 2nd summer, living, about 50, a clerk of the 4th table at Hallowden, and he had walked because his horse had gone lame at Ondmere, and he would not wait for another. He wanted the 2nd table books, not the honest ones about the cattle, although he wanted those too. He wanted the whole 19 years, because he had inherited a table that did not add up and had traced the trouble back to a spring 90 years before he was born. Odrin took him into the hall and put the 9 cases in front of him, and then went and stood at the window and did not say one word for 4 hours, while a living man read what he had been poisoned for. At the end of it, the clerk said, "This is very good work," and that was the whole of it. And he said it flatly, from one clerk to another, about the columns and nothing else. Aldrin said, "Thank you," and turned around. And if he had had anything to do it with, he would have been crying. And Halvi, who had come in to ask about timber, went straight back out again and shut the door. And then the embassies started, and the first of them was the one I got wrong. And I got it wrong in the direction people never expect, which is that I was right and did not know why. They came from the coast in the 5th spring, 4 men and a woman with a seal I did not recognize. And they were extremely polite, and they had done their reading, and they asked for me by both names, which nobody had ever done. Their business took about a quarter of an hour to reach, and it was this. There is a city on that coast with a plague ground outside it, holding somewhere upward of 9,000 people from a bad century, and they wanted the 9,000 up, not to speak to work on the harbor in shifts for as long as they lasted, and the woman with the seal had a figure ready for how long that was, and gave it without being asked. The man doing the talking was good at it, and he did not flinch when I asked him to say it plainly. He said, "Docks." He said, "The harbor has been silting for 60 years, and the work kills living men at a rate we do not put in writing, and we have 9,000 people out there doing nothing." Audrin said, "And their wages?" And the man said, "They are dead." And Audrin said, "Yes, I am aware." I asked about their wages, and the room went quiet in the way it does when a clerk has drawn a line on the floor. I told him no. I told him no in about 4 words, and I did not enjoy it, because Sarah was right about me, and so was Varix. And the honest reason I said it fast was that I could feel myself wanting to say yes. 9,000 names. That is a rank and a half in one afternoon. That is a thing I could feel from where I was standing in that hall, the way you feel a fire in the next room through a wall. Then I gave him the long answer, because he had come 400 miles and had been polite. I said, "I do not own the dead." I asked them, and about a fifth of them say no, and the fifth that say no are the whole of the reason the other 4/5 are worth having. I said, "If I bring 9,000 people up on your dock, some of them will want to go and see their grandchildren, and some of them will want to sit down, and one of them will want to know who took his boat, and you will be standing in a harbor with 9,000 opinions in it." He thought about that properly for a while, which I respected more than anything else he did. Then he said, "And what if we paid them?" Audrin said, "Ah," out loud, and I said we would talk about that, and we did talk about it for 2 years, and 11 of the dead from this valley worked that harbor under a contract Audrin wrote and Iskadorn signed, and it is still running. The man said one more thing on the step, on his way out, and he said it in the tone a person uses for a courtesy, and it went into me like a nail. He said, "You do understand that you are not the first," and he said it the way you hand a man his hat. I said I had been told for 5 years that I was the only one, by people who had reason to know it, and he said, "In this country." Then he said, "There is a man in the east, past the fen and past the salt, and he has been at this 400 years, and he does not sell anything, and he does not come to court, and nobody alive has seen him." Audrin said, "Doing what?" And the man from the coast said, "Farming." And then he laughed the way you laugh when you are repeating a word somebody else used and you are not comfortable with it. He said, "That is the word they use out there. They say he has a field. He has had it 400 years and he takes a crop off it, and nobody knows what the crop is. And no army has gone in there since my grandfather's time, and there was a reason for that even then." Then he put his hat on and said the sentence I have thought about at least once a day since. He said, "You have been on that hill 5 years, and you have been in 4 counties of paper, and everybody on this continent knows your name." He said, "So I would be asking myself why a man who has done this for 400 years has not yet sent anybody to come and look at you, and I would not be assuming it was because he had not heard." The question that man from the coast left on my step was not the one about the east. It was the one Iskadorn had asked me in a hall 2 years earlier, and nobody had answered. What happens if you are killed? That was the question, and she had asked it in a room full of people who all thought they were listening to something else. Audrin had written it down at the time, because he wrote everything down, and he brought the page out on the 3rd night after the embassy went home and put it on the trestle without saying anything, which is how Audrin shouts. I said the honest answer, which is that I do not know. 4,060 names are in me. I have never seen a bone dragon die, and neither has the only bone dragon I have ever met, because it did not. It went into a hill and stayed conscious for 800 years. Varix said, "Do not look at me." Then it said, "I have told you what I am going to tell you about that, and one day I will tell you the rest, and it will not be a good day, and you will not enjoy the order I tell it in." Iska came up the road 9 days later, and she had been Baroness of the Middlemarch for 4 months by then, and had 11 riders and a seal, and she still went to the back of the queue, which by that point was theater, and everybody knew it, including Tuck, who enjoyed it enormously. She came into the hall on the 2nd morning and put her gloves on the trestle and said, "I have a proposal, and it is a bad one, and I want you to hear the whole of it before you say no, because you are going to say no." Then she said, "I want to bind myself to you, properly. The old contract, the one your kind used to take, with the whole of it. and I have read what there is to read about it, and there is not much, and none of it is encouraging. Odren said out loud, "The word for that in the second table books is fee simple in the person, and it was struck out of the code 400 years ago, and I would like it noted that I said so at the start." I asked her why, and she gave me 3 reasons, and they were all good, which is what made the next quarter of an hour so unpleasant. She said, "First, because the march needs you and you need a state. And at present, you are a hill with a wall round it and 11,000 crowns a year, and the first competent duke who wants that will take it in a season and be thanked for it. Second," she said, "because I am 27 and I have 3 enemies who are not going to forgive the hillside, and one of them has a nephew in the king's household, and I would rather not be at the mercy of whether you happen to be within 400 miles on a given Tuesday. And third," she said, "because if it goes wrong for me, I would like to be able to finish the sentence, and I have watched you give that to 900 strangers, and I do not see why I should be too proud to ask." Then she stopped and put her hands flat on the trestle and waited, and Varric said, "In my chest, she has moved her hands, boy. She is frightened. Say it kindly." I did not say it kindly. That is my own fault, and I have never got round it, and I have told her so twice, and she has told me both times that she preferred it. I said no. Then I said she was going to get the whole of the reason whether she wanted it or not, and that she was going to hate the second half of it more than the first. I said, "I am carrying 4,060 people. I do not mean that I am responsible for them. I mean they are in me, in a room, and the room has a size." And I said, "I have already been through what happens when the room is full, and a 9-year-old stood at the edge of a river for 4 years because of one sentence I said on my way to being full." She said, "That is a reason not to be careless with me, and it is a very good one, and it is not a reason not to do it at all." And I said, "It is not the reason. The reason is the other one." Then I made myself say it in front of Odrin and Halvi, because Odrin had made me do exactly that once before on a wall, and it had been the making of the day. As I ain't dan forsaks spinus, if I take you, you are mine. Not in the way a bad man means it, in the way that I could not lie to you, and you could not get out, and I would be able to feel where you were from 400 miles. Then I said, "And I have looked at what I do with people who are mine. I brought a 91-year-old man out of a chest for 9 words because it won an argument. I put 211 of the order's own dead up in the middle of their camp because I could not beat their fire." I said, "Both of those worked. Both of them were right, and I have not once in 5 years been able to find the place where I would have stopped." Nobody said anything for a while. Then Halvi said, "He is telling the truth, and it is the first sensible thing he has said this year." And Audrin said, "Agreed," and wrote it down. Iska picked her gloves up off the trestle. She said, "That is a better answer than I came here expecting, and I am angry about it, and I am going to go away and think. And I would like you to not do anything clever while I am gone." She was gone 6 weeks. She came back on a wet morning in the middle of the queue with a sheet of paper and Audrin's own second clerk behind her, whom she had somehow acquired, and she did not put her gloves down this time. She said, "You have got it the wrong way round, and so have I. And it took me a month to see it, and I saw it in a corridor at Haloden while somebody was being rude to me about drainage." And she said, "You keep telling everybody that you have to ask." And I said, "Yes." And she said, "No. What you keep telling everybody is that you have to ask at the moment you do it. And those are not the same sentence, and you have never once noticed." Odrin put his book down on the trestle, which by my count was the 3rd time in 7 years, and Iskadorn did not look at him, because she had been expecting it. She said, "There is nothing in what you do that requires the asking to happen at the moment of the raising. The rule is consent. Consent is the oldest thing in law, and it does not have to be simultaneous with anything. A man consents to a marriage in the spring and is married in the autumn." Then she put the sheet on the trestle. It was 9 lines long, and it was in her own hand, and it had her name at the bottom of it. It said that she, being living and of sound mind, gave her consent in advance, freely, without payment, and revocable at any hour by her own hand. It said that if she died, and the ossuary or any of his could reach her, the answer was yes. And it said that the whole of it was written down so that nobody would have to ask her, and nobody at all could answer on her behalf. 9 lines. I have read the copy at the gate perhaps 400 times, and it is still 9 lines, and she never once let anybody make it longer. Audrin went through it like a man eating. He said, "Revocable in her own hand only, so a husband cannot revoke it." He said, "Without payment, so it cannot be sold or made a condition of a lease." Then he said, and living and of sound mind, which throws out every child and every prisoner on the continent. Halvi said, no. She said it flat in front of everybody, and the hall went quiet, and she came off the wall she had been leaning on and put both hands on the trestle opposite Iska's. She said, in 9 months there will be a village where the priest keeps the book, and every soul in that village will have signed it, and they will all tell you they signed it freely, and one of them will be a girl of 14, whose father can read and who cannot. Iska said, yes. And Halvi said, is that all you have got to say? And Iska said, no, I have got the answer, and I would rather have it from you than think of it myself, because you are the only person in this hall who has ever been told what to do by somebody in a hurry. That is how those two ended up writing it together over 4 days, and the version at the gate is Halvi's as much as it is hers, and the clauses that stopped it becoming an instrument of the worst kind of person are all hers. The book stays in the open at the gate, where any living person may read it. Nobody may hold it for anybody else. It is signed in front of two who are not kin, and it is read out loud to the signer whether or not they can read every time by somebody who has no interest. And there is one more line, and it is the one that has been argued about in 3 kingdoms, and it is Halvi's, and I would like everybody to know that. A signature more than 9 years old is dead paper and must be signed again. Because, she said, people change, and a girl of 19 who has been shouted at is not the woman of 28 who is not. Iska signed it first, on the trestle, in the hall, in front of about 60 people, on a Thursday at 11 in the morning. I tried to stop her. I want to be clear that I did, and that I did it in front of everybody, and that I did it badly. I said something about how she was 27, and this was theater, and there was no need for her to be in the first line of it. Iskadorn put the pen down and looked at me and said, that is exactly why I am signing it, and you have just made the argument for me in front of everybody. If the person who wrote the thing will not put her own name at the top, she said, then it is not a right, it is a favor, and favors are given by people like you to people like me, and I have spent 2 years getting out from under exactly that. Then she said the sentence, and she said it quite lightly, and I did not understand what it was going to cost me to remember. She said, I am not going to be the one it was done for, Corin. I am going to be the one who did it. Undervel signed second. He was 68, and he came up in his good coat, and he had somebody read it out to him, although he could read perfectly well, because he said the reading out was the point, and he was not having it skipped for anybody. Then he said, put me next to hers, and he wrote his name under it in the hand of a man who has not written much since he was a boy. And he took a long time about it, and nobody hurried him. 911 signed in the first year, 4,000 in the second. Meg Auber signed and said it was the only sensible thing anybody in this valley had done since the mill. Senate Arch signed twice by mistake and was extremely rude about being told. Kess did not sign. He has never signed in all the years since, and I have never once asked him why, and I am not going to start now. Tuck came up to the trestle on the second morning, because Tuck came up to everything, and put his hand out for the pen, and there was a moment in that hall which I would go a long way to avoid having again. Adrian got there first, which I have thanked him for since. He said, it is for living people, and Tuck said, oh. Then he said, right, obviously, and put his hands behind his back, and stood about for a second, and said, well, I have already said yes anyway, have I not? And Halvi said, you have. She said it before anybody else could get a word in, and she said it like a fact off a list, and Tuck went away happy, and Halvi stood there and looked at the trestle for a while. That was the same week I sent him east, and I sent him east badly, and I am going to put down exactly how it happened because I have heard it told kindly. I had been arguing for 4 days about a register and a refusal and a woman signing her own death in front of me, and I was in the worst temper of that decade, and Odrin had a report from the Salt Road with 3 lines in it that did not agree. Halvi said, send 2. She said it once in the yard, and she did not make a case for it because Halvi did not make cases for things she thought were obvious. And I said, we have not got 2 to spare, and it is a road. And he has been up and down worse roads than that since he was 15. Then I said something else, which I am not going to write down. And Halvi looked at me and said, right, and went and got him. Tuck was delighted. That is the thing. He came and stood in front of me, with the brush still in his belt, and asked how far east. And I said, until you find out what the field is. And he said, right, and went. He asked whether he could take an apple off the store for the mill horse on his way past the yard. I said yes. That is the last thing I said to him for a year and 2 months. What follows I have from 3 mouths that were in the room, and one of the 3 is not reliable about anything except this. And where I have had to fill a gap, I am going to say so at the time. Past the fen and past the salt flats, there is a plain the maps call the Ober, and in the middle of the Ober, there is a field of about 1,100 acres with a low wall of turf round it, and it has been plowed and drained and kept in better order than any farm on that continent for 400 years. Nothing grows in it. That is the thing travelers say first, and it is not quite true. Grass grows in it. It is mown. Under it, there are 40,000 people, and the man who put them there is still alive, in a manner of speaking, in a stone house on the north side, with a good window and a fire kept in all year, which is a detail I did not enjoy learning. His name was Vasquet, and he was not a priest or a sorcerer or a prince or anything else anybody would put in a song. He was a quartermaster, and he had been a good one. 400 years ago, there was a famine on the Ober that ran 3 years, and at the end of the 3rd year, a king who is not remembered for anything else moved 90,000 people off the plain towards a coast that could not hold them, and about 40,000 of them did not get there. Basket had the order to bury them. He was 31, and he had 1,100 acres and 900 men with shovels and a winter coming, and he did it, and by every account he did it well, in rows, with a book. Then he did not go home, and that is the whole of the difference between him and every other quartermaster who ever buried a famine, and there have been a great many of those. He stayed on that field for 400 years, and he taught himself the trade out of nothing, because there was nobody to teach him, and the first thing he ever did was on the 9th row, and by his own account, it took him 19 years to get one of them to stand. The crop is what the East calls it. Vasquet used the word himself, in his own book, without any embarrassment whatsoever, and I have seen the page. He leased them, not in armies and never in daylight, in lots of 40 and 60, at night, through factors who did not use his name, for 400 years, to drain fens and cut canals, and carry stone and go down mines in 9 countries. There is not a city within 600 miles of the Ober that did not get its harbor, its road, or its drains out of that field, and there is not a council in any of them that has ever written the word down. I want to give the arithmetic because Odrin gave it to me afterwards, and it is the only way to feel it. 400 years, 40,000. He never once had to recruit, and he never once had to pay, and nothing in that field ever grew old, and he kept it beautifully. That is the thing people will not hear. The rows are straight, the drainage is perfect. He walks it, or he walked it, 4 times a year with a book, and he knows what is in every yard of it, and he replaces the turf wall himself. He knows all 40,000, by number. He has never learned one name, and he did not need to, and he had a reason for it that I have not been able to get past in all the years since. He asked them, once and properly, and it is the thing that has kept me awake more than anything Sarah ever said to me. In his 40th year on that field, Vasquet stood in the 9th row and asked out loud, in the plain words, whether there was anybody in there who wanted to come back. Got nothing. He did it again the next year and the year after that, and he did it for 11 years, and he got nothing every single time, and at the end of the 11 years, he stopped and wrote a line in his book that his own people quote to this day. The line is, "There is no one in the ground, only the ground." He wrote it at the top of a fresh page, and he never revisited it, and 11 countries have been fed off that sentence. So he leased them, and he was not lying when he said he had never once told anybody they were alive, and by the count of every law in the East, he was a man improving his own land. Now the piece I have from the least reliable of my 3 mouths, and believe anyway, and have never been able to check. He had known about me for 4 years. He had felt it the way a man feels a draft, which is to say, he noticed something and did not get up, because a small one always dies. They rise, and they are burned, and the field goes on. What changed his mind was not the order, and it was not the hillside, and it was not 4,060 names on a board at a gate, and that is what everybody guesses. It was a sheet of paper 9 lines long, copied by a clerk and carried east by a wool factor with no interest in any of it. and Vasquez read it in his own house with a good window and did not put it down for a day and a half. His steward, who is one of my 3 mouths, and who I would trust with a cart but not with a story, says the old man read the 9 lines aloud 4 times and then said, "They are volunteering," in the voice of a man who has found water in his cellar. He sent nothing at first. That is what makes him the most frightening person in this account. He did not raise a hand for 11 months. He sent questions. He bought the story off carters and off a discharged man of the 4th house of the Ash, and he had the whole of the hillside and the trial and the register inside a season. And Audrin says the sums he paid for it were correct to the shilling, which is what a good quartermaster does. Then he sent 3 living men west along the salt road with instructions to look and not touch, and they were on that road 11 weeks, and on the 9th week of it, they came the other way, past a boy walking east with a horse brush in his belt. I have gone over what happened next perhaps 1,000 times, and it always comes out the same. And the reason it always comes out the same is that Took did nothing wrong. He was 15. He had been 15 for 111 years. He had been sent east by somebody in a bad temper, alone, and told to find out what the field was, and he was doing exactly that, out loud, to everybody he met, because that is how Tuck found things out, and it had always worked before. They asked him where he was going, and he told them. They asked him who had sent him, and he told them that too. And then he asked them whether they knew the road east, and whether there was water on it. And they said there was, and he thanked them. They did not take him on the road. They rode east with him for 4 days, at his pace, and they fed their horses beside him at night. That is what I cannot get past. 3 grown men rode east with a dead boy for 4 days, and let him talk. And he was delighted, because nobody in that valley had listened to him for that long since Saja. He told them about the wall. He told them about the register, and got 2 of the 9 lines wrong. He told them about the queue and the rope, and the woman who kept giving her place away, and about the mill horses, and about the trick with standing still that had taken him 4 years. He told them my name, both of them, and which sort of person uses which, because he thought it was interesting and because he was proud of it. On the 5th morning, they took him. They did it in the ordinary way, with a net and a chain and a cart, and by the account I have, they did not enjoy it, and one of them argued for 2 days beforehand that they should let him walk in on his own feet. 9 days later, he was in a stone house on the north side of the Ober, in a room with a good window and a fire kept in all year, sitting in a chair because he had been asked to sit down. Vasquez had never in 400 years seen one that talked, and he sat down opposite it and sent everybody else out of the room. I einen persendings, asapuasho I waskin nai. Wan the nuts, of one that understood before the rest of it. 400 years, 40,000, 11 countries, and the old man had never in his life had a conversation with anything he had raised, and he had not known that he minded. He did not hurt him. Everybody expects that, and it is not what happened, and it would have been better if it had been. He gave him 4 days. He asked him about the valley, and Tuck told him. He asked about the wall and the mill and the trade in blue jars, and Tuck told him, and got the price wrong by a crown, and corrected himself twice. He asked him what happens to somebody who says no, and Tuck said, they go. And Vasquez said, go where? And Tuck said, I do not know, nobody knows. Audrin says, it is not a question with an answer in it. In between the asking, he was left in the upstairs room, and the steward, who is not reliable about anything else, is reliable about this, because he was the one who had to go up. Tuck asked for a job. He asked on the 1st evening, and he asked again on the 2nd. And on the 3rd, he asked whether there were horses in the yard, and whether anybody was seeing to them properly. And by the 4th day, he had told a house steward of 400 years standing that his stable was damp. He was right. That is the thing. The steward went and looked, and it was damp, and he had it seen to, and he has never been able to explain to anybody why he did that. He asked him about the girl on the riverbank. I do not know how he had that. One of my 3 mouths says a carter had it in Onmere. It does not matter now. And then, on the 4th day, he asked the question, and he asked it the way a physician asks after a symptom, without any weight on it, at the end of something else. He said, when he brought you up, what did he say to you? What were the actual words he used? And Tuck, who had been asked nothing but polite questions for 4 days, went at it the way he went at everything. Tuck said he could not remember it exactly because he had been dead, and it had been a bit confusing. And Vasquez said, try. And Tuck tried. And Tuck got it almost right, because Tuk got most things almost right, and it never once mattered until that afternoon. He said his name was Corin. He said there was a way out, and it was his hand, and that I would be standing in a hole in the dark with a lot of strangers looking at me. Then Tuk said the rest of it, which is what I say to everybody and always have, and which I had never once thought of as a piece of technique. He said that no was a whole answer, and I said, all right then, and that was it really. The steward says the old man sat in that chair for a long time. Then he said out loud, that is what I was missing, and got up and went and stood at the window with his back to the room. And here's the thing, and I did not work it out for another 2 years, and when I did, I had to sit down on a hillside. He tried it. Of course he tried it. He went out into the 9th row that same week with the words in his mouth, in the plain form, with the offer of no in it, and he stood there and said them properly for the first time in 400 years. And he got nothing. He got exactly what he had got in his 40th year, and he did it 11 times over the following month, and he got nothing 11 times. Because the road runs both ways. That is the whole of it, and it is the reason he could never have it and never will. And it is the only advantage I have ever had over anybody. They feel him the way he feels them. He can say the words as beautifully as he likes, and every one of those 40,000 knows, in the moment he says them, that the man asking cannot afford a no, because the man asking is 400 years old and 1,100 acres wide and made entirely out of them, saying yes. He can ask, he cannot mean it, and 40,000 people can tell, every time, and have been telling him so with their silence for 400 years. I was in a room at Hallowden that week arguing about the tariff on worked stone, and I would like the two of those set down next to each other, because that is how it actually went. I want that in, because it is true and because it is what the whole of that autumn was. Odrin had a treaty at 9 points, and Iska had the harbor clause, and I sat in a chair built for a horse and said almost nothing for 3 days while 2 clerks fought about a jetty. Got the treaty. It was a good treaty, and it is still running, and it made 1,100 crowns in the first year, and I was pleased with it, and I said so on the road home. Tuk had been 11 weeks overdue by then. Halvey had said so twice. I had said the roads east were long and that Tuk would come back with a horse he had made friends with and a great deal of nonsense, and Halvey had said, right, and had not said it again. On the north side of the Ober, at the end of that same month, while I was congratulating myself about a jetty, Vaskayet sent for the maps, not our maps. He had our maps in the first season. He sent for the Middlemarch, the whole of it. The roads and the fords and the granaries and the muster returns, and the plan of the walls at Dorncaster, where a woman of 29 had just spent 9,000 crowns on a hospital. The steward asked, because he was a steward, and it was his business to ask, whether they were going west. And Vasquez said no. He said, west is a hill with a wall and 4,000 people on it, and a thing in the middle that can be at any point on that hill in a minute and a half. Then he said the sentence that cost 1,100 people their lives. And he said it while folding a map, and he said it in the voice of a man who has done the arithmetic 4 times. He said, we go to the place he has to come to. And then he asked whether the boy in the upstairs room had been given anything to do, because he had been sitting up there 4 days with nothing, and a boy that age wants a job. I went east myself in the spring, because Tuk was 14 weeks overdue by then, and because a man who has made one bad decision about a boy on a road will make almost any decision to stop having made it. Halvey said, take 400. I said, I am 400, and Audrin said, that is the sort of thing you say when you have already gone, and he was right, and I went the next morning. Audrin went to Dorncaster instead, because there was a treaty at 9 points, and somebody had to, and Halvey went with him and took 400 of ours as garrison, because Iskadorn had asked for 200, and Halvey had doubled it without telling anybody. I have thought about the shape of that week more often than is good for me. Everybody in this account made a sensible decision that week, and every one of them was the one Vaskayet had in mind. It was 11 days east on the Salt Road, in country that had gone flat and pale and smelled of nothing, when I found out that the boy had been on the Ober for 9 months, and that everybody between the fen and the salt had known it. That is when I understood, not before. I stood in a dry watercourse 11 days east of my own valley, with a carter's directions in my head, and worked out that I had been walked gently, the whole way, by a man who had never once come to look at me. And in the same hour, 400 miles behind me, 9,000 people came up out of the warehouses inside the walls of Dorncaster. I want to give this properly, because the cleverness of it is the whole reason it nearly worked, and because nobody in that city did anything wrong. Vasquez had been shipping bodies for 400 years. That was his trade. In lots of 40 and 60, at night, in barges and covered carts, through factors who did not use his name, to every canal and harbor and mine in 9 countries. So, he shipped 9,000 into Dorncaster over 11 months in exactly the way he had shipped everything else. And it went into the bonded warehouses on the river as crated freight against a drainage contract that was perfectly genuine and had a license with Iskadorn's own seal on it. Adrian found the license afterwards. He sat down with it for about a quarter of an hour and then said, out loud, to nobody, "This is the best piece of work I have ever seen." And then he was sick, which the dead can do, and which I had not known. They came up at 4 in the morning on the 9th of the month, inside the wall, in the middle of a sleeping city, and there was no gate to hold and no field to stand on. Halvi had 400, and she had them scattered across 3 barracks and a drain works, and she had them all on the river inside 40 minutes, which is the single best piece of soldiering I have ever heard of. She did not try to fight 9,000 in a city, and she did not try to hold the walls, because the walls were the wrong way round now, and she saw that inside about a minute. What she did was pick a shape. The river runs through Dorncaster from the northeast, and the old town sits inside a bend of it, and there are 4 bridges, and she took the 4 bridges and gave away everything else in the first quarter of an hour. Adrian counted. That is what he did for the whole of that night, and I want it said plainly, because people think counting is not fighting. He stood on the middle bridge with a lamp, and he counted them coming in blocks out loud, and he called it to Halvi as a rate. And by the second hour, he could tell her how long each bridge had left to the quarter hour, and she moved people on his numbers all night and never once on a feeling. At about the 3rd hour, he said, "The East Bridge has 40 minutes, and Halvi said, "It has an hour," and Audrin said, "It has 40 minutes." And Halvi looked at him and then pulled the East Bridge, and the East Bridge went in 38. There was nobody wearing our 400, and that is the difference. And it is the only reason any of that night held for as long as it did. Vasquez was 400 miles away in a stone house with a good window, and he was wearing 9,000 people at that distance, which is a thing I still do not entirely understand, and which Varric says is not clever, only old. But a man wearing 9,000 bodies from 400 miles is still one mind. He can put them anywhere. He cannot put them everywhere at once, and he cannot have 9,000 separate ideas between dark and light. Halvi had 400 people who could every one of them think, and who knew that city underneath because they had spent a year putting drains into it. A woman called Sorrel Bet, who had been a fishwife at the wharf 200 years before anybody in that city was born, took 11 of ours down a culvert nobody had opened since her lifetime, and came up behind the north push, and took the whole of it apart from the inside. That is not tactics. That is a dead fishwife, remembering a hole in a wall. And there is no army on this earth that can be trained to do it, and no man alive who can order it. There were 9 more like that before dawn. A cooper who knew which warehouse floor was rotten. A drover who put 11 of theirs into the cattle pens and shut a gate that had not been shut since her grandmother. And a returned engineer called Ambry Fall, who had come down from the valley for a fortnight to look at a sluice, and who spent the 4th hour of that night opening the sluice he had come to look at. He put 4 feet of river down the eastern street, and it did not drown anything, because nothing down there could drown. It simply took 900 of them off their feet and carried them into the bend, and it bought Halvi the whole of the 5th hour. I felt the first one go at about the 4th hour. 11 days east, standing in a dry watercourse in the dark. There is no consecrated fire in the east. Vasquez has never had any use for it, and neither has anybody who works with him. So what I felt was not the other thing, not the going out of a shape. It was the other kind, and it is bad enough. A body can be broken past bringing back. Bone can be ground and scattered and put in a river, and Vasquez knew that better than any living creature, and 9,000 pairs of hands did nothing else in that city all night. I have never run like that in either life. I went 400 miles in 9 days, and I went overland, and I did not stop. And I went through the middle of 2 towns at night, and there are songs about both of those, and every one of the songs has me wrong. I did not roar. I did not knock anything down. I went through a market square in the dark at about the speed of a horse, and I said, "I am sorry," to a man with a barrow, and he told his grandchildren about it and they did not believe him. Varix talked to me for 9 days. It talked the whole way, without stopping, about nothing at all, about food it could not taste, and about a king it had once eaten a horse in front of. And I have never told it that I know exactly what it was doing. At Dorncaster, on the second day, Iskadorn did the only thing anybody in this account has ever done that I could not have done. She emptied the city. That is the sentence. And I have never in 7 years found a better one. And Audrin has never once let anybody in his hearing use a longer one. 9,000 living people went out of the West Postern and over the Sheep Bridge and up the Caro Road in 11 hours, in order, by street, in the middle of a siege. And she had the plan for it in a drawer because she had written it 2 years before and made 4 people learn it. She did it herself. She stood at the postern with a lamp and a list for the whole 11 hours, and she sent them out by street, and she checked them off. And when a family came up out of turn, she sent them back to the end of their own street, and they went. Audrin says the only time in 11 hours that her voice went at all was over a woman who would not leave a dog, and that she stopped the whole line for 4 minutes until somebody got a rope on it. And at the end of the 11 hours, there were 904 people left in Dorncaster, and 11 of them were in the hospital she had spent 9,000 crowns on, and they could not be moved. I know what she was told, because 4 people have told it to me the same way. Halvi told her the West Road was closing. Corey told her the same thing an hour later and told her plainly and got nothing. And Iskadorn said, there are 11 people in that building and somebody has to be with them. And then she went back up the hill. I did not tell her that. I want to be exact because it would be an easy thing to take. I never said it to her once in 7 years. She got it from watching what a hillside full of dead people did with their evenings. Was Corey went with her. He had not been asked, and she had not looked at him in 11 years, and he went up that hill about 9 feet behind her, with a beam over his shoulder because the hospital door had been broken in the first hour. They held that building for a night and most of a day. There were 4 of ours with them, and Corey and a living surgeon called Feln, who was no relation to the priest, and who I have never once been able to stop calling by the wrong first name. The 11 left in those beds included a boy of 17, with a broken back off a scaffold, an old man who had been 3 days dying and would not hurry, and a woman 9 days off having a child. The woman got out. I want that said first, before any of the rest of it, because everything after this is expensive. She got out on the second morning through a garden wall Corey took down with the beam, and she was carried 4 miles by 2 of ours, and she had a girl on the Caro Road in a ditch with a hedger holding a coat over the pair of them. That girl is alive. She is called Iska, which everybody expects. She is also called Was, which nobody does. And I have watched 4 separate people work that out in front of me, and it has never once got easier to watch. Corey went in the doorway. He went in it holding the beam across it with 3 of them on the other side, and they got the beam and then they got him, and it took a while and he did not shout for anybody. Iskadorn died at about 11 in the morning on the second day, in the ward between 2 beds, and she was not doing anything heroic at the time. She was moving a boy with a broken back onto a plank. She was hit from behind by somebody who did not know who she was, because nobody in that army knew anything, and she went down across the boy, and that is what saved him. And Halvi came through the wall about 90 seconds later. Now the thing I was not there for, and have been told about by 40 people, and have never once been able to picture without putting myself in the doorway, which is a lie and I know it. Halvi came into that ward with 11 of ours behind her, and cleared it. And then she went down on the floor beside a living woman she had known 7 years and had never once been friendly to. And she had nothing. I was 11 days out. There was no rider fast enough and no message that would have got there and nothing whatsoever in that building that could do anything at all. Iosgakonis Ofbergis Oskargadren was in the doorway. Odrin, who had the whole of the register in his head, the way he had everything, who had watched a woman sign 9 lines on a trestle in front of 60 people 2 years before. He said, Halvi, she signed. And Halvi, on the floor, with her hands full of a dead woman she had never once been friendly to, said, I am not him. And Odrin said, no. But she signed, and the asking is the thing that has to be done. And the asking was done on a Thursday at 11 in the morning in front of me. And it is not your asking to do, it is already done. And there is nobody left to do the rest of it but you. Halvi Chi and Said Halvi, daughter of Roth, 3rd shield of the Harrow Gate, dead 99 years that spring, put her hand on Iskadorn. I have asked her about that a great many times, and I have never got more than 4 sentences, and the 4 sentences have not changed in all the years since. She says she did not think it would work. She says she did it because there was nothing else in the room to do. She says it did not feel like anything. And she says that the first thing she felt was not Iska at all. It was me, 11 days east, running. And that she has never told me what I sounded like. Iskadorn sat up on the floor of her own hospital between 2 beds with the sling and the coat and none of it making any difference anymore and said how many got out. Not a word about herself. Not one then or since. She sat up dead in a ward with a hole in her and asked Odrin for a number. And Odrin said 9011, and Iskadorn said, good, and then she said, and the boy. The boy was alive under her. She had been on top of him for 90 seconds, and he was 17, and his back was broken before any of it started, and he lived another 40 years and became a very good, bad-tempered clerk. 400 of ours went into that city, and 109 did not come out of it, and none of them were erased, and all of them were destroyed, which is a distinction the reader can have, because I have had to live with it. Odrin read them out afterwards on the bridge, name and trade and where, and it took 40 minutes, and 9,000 living people had already gone up the Caro Road and were not there to hear it, and he read it out anyway. I came over the Caro Ridge at dawn on the 11th day, into a wind coming the wrong way, with the smoke of a city in front of me and no idea of any of it. I had been running for 9 days with 4,000 people awaken me, and I came over that ridge expecting exactly one thing, which was to have to go through Dorncaster with my hands in the ground looking for people. There was smoke and there was a river, and there was a bridge with about 200 of ours on it, and Halvi was on the bridge. And standing beside Halvi in a coat that was not hers, with her arm in a sling that was doing nothing whatsoever, was Iskadorn. I want to describe what I did, and I am not going to make it dignified. I came down that road at a dead run, and I stopped about 40 feet short, and I could not get anything out at all. And about 200 people watched a bone dragon stand in the road and shake. Iska said 9,011 got out. That was the first thing she said to me, across 40 feet of road with 200 people listening. Of course it was. Then she said, I signed it, Corin, 2 years ago, on a Thursday, in front of 60 people, and you tried to stop me, and you were 400 miles east, and it did not matter. Then she said, and do not you dare say sorry to me in front of my own garrison, because I have had a very long week, and I will not stand for it. Halvi said, you may say it to me later, and I will not accept it. And both of us will feel a good deal better afterwards. The city came back up the Caro Road over 4 days, and it came back into a place with 109 of ours missing out of it. And Odrin had already worked out what that meant for the drains. That is the thing about the whole of that week that nobody puts in the songs. On the 4th morning, with the fires not out, Odrin was on the wharf with a slate arguing with a living harbor master about the crane, and the harbor master was arguing back, and neither of them had slept. Egg Auber came down from the valley with 11 carts of food on the 5th day and fed 9,000 people out of the back of them in the street and told me to move because I was standing in the light. We buried Wascori on the 3rd day at Dorncaster, and I asked him first because he had signed the register in the 1st month and Odrin had the page. He came up in a doorway with a beam still across it, and he was up for about 9 seconds. And the first thing he said was, is she out? And I said she was. And he said right, and then he said no. I said his name. He said no. And he said it the way Roos said it, and the way Muro said it, kindly, and he said, I have done the thing. Then he said, tell her I said it was worth it, and do not dress it up. Iskadorn, who had not spoken one word to that man in 11 years, and who had been standing 11 feet away since the moment I put my hand down, said, Was. That is the whole of what she said to him, in 11 years and at the end of it. His name once, out loud, in a broken doorway with 200 people standing behind her. He stopped. Everybody there agrees that he stopped for about 2 seconds and looked at her and did not say anything at all, and then he went, and there was grave dirt in a doorway and a beam and nothing else. She did not cry then either. She went and found Odrin and asked for the casualty book and worked on it for 4 hours, and at some point that night she cried in the middle of a sentence about the drains, which is how it goes, and I have said so before. On the 9th evening, when we had the city and the fires were out and 9,000 people were coming back up the Caro Road in carts, one of the standing walked out of a warehouse on the wharf and stood in the open street. It did not attack anybody. It stood there until the whole of that street had gone quiet, and then it opened its mouth, and what came out was an old man's voice with the flat vowels of the ober in it, 400 miles away, and it was not shouting. It said, "My name is Vasquez." It said, "I have the boy, and he is well, and he has been given a job, and he asks about the mill horses." It said, "I did not want your city, and I do not want your hill." Then it said, "I want the 9 lines. I want the register and the whole of the working of it in your own hand, and I will trade it against the boy and against every soul I have got, and I will make you a gift of the finest thing anybody has ever been offered on this continent." And then it said the sentence that put me on the road east for the last time, and it said it in the same flat voice it had used for the rest, without any relish in it anywhere. It said, "And if you would rather come and take him, then come and bring your hands. I have 1,100 acres and 40,000 under it, and a chair by the window, and I will not move, and I have not moved in 400 years." We went east with 11 people and a book, which is the single most sensible thing Audrin ever talked me into, and I fought him about it for 2 days. He said, if you take an army, he wins whatever happens, because the whole of the East will be told that the thing from the West came with an army, and that story will outlive both of us, and neither of us will be there to correct it. Halvi came, Iska came, which I argued about and lost, because she had been dead 9 days by then, and had already worked out that being dead made her considerably harder to threaten, and she said so at the top of her voice. Kest came. He was 61 and blind in one eye, and he came because he said he had spent 19 years being the second best necromancer anybody had heard of, and he intended to see the first one before he stopped. And Audrin came with the register under his arm in a wooden case, and he carried it himself the whole way, and would not let anybody else take it, and it went 400 miles east on a dead clerk's arm. The ober is flat and pale, and it goes on for 11 days, and on the 9th day we came over the last rise and looked at the field. I had been told 100 times that it was well kept, by carters and by factors and by a man in a hall on the coast. Nobody had thought to tell me it was beautiful. 1,100 acres inside a turf wall, a man could step over, mown to the height of a hand, laid out in rows so straight that from a rise you can count them, with a stone at the head of every 100th row, and a number cut into it. There was a drain every 40 yards, running clear. There was not one thistle in the whole of it. A man had been on his knees in that ground, with a book for 400 years, and it showed in every yard. Audrin stood on the rise for a long while and then said, "This is the finest piece of estate management on this continent, and I would like everybody to hear me say it before I say anything else. Nainas interestalsans." Vasquez came out to the wall to meet us on foot, and he was small, and he was old in a way I have not seen before or since, and he had a book under his arm exactly the way Audrin had one under his. He said, "You brought 11. I said I had. He said, "That was well thought of." And then he said, "Was it the clerk?" And Audrin said yes, and Vasquez said, "I thought so." And the two of them looked at each other in a way I did not care for at all. Then he took us in and gave us a room and offered the living among us food, and there were none. And he apologized for the mistake as if he had brought the wrong wine. He gave me the boy in the first quarter of an hour, before any negotiation, which was not what I had expected, and which I have since understood was not generosity. Tuck came down the stairs at a run and said, "You have to see the stable," and that was the whole of his greeting after 11 months. Then he said, "They had it damp, and I told them, and they fixed it, and there is a gray in there with a temper on her, and she lets me stand about 4 feet off now, and I have been working on it." Then he said, "Is Halvi cross?" Halvi said she was extremely cross and would deal with him later, and Took said, "Right," and went and stood beside her and did not move away from her for the rest of the day. He was not hurt. Nobody had touched him. He had been in a room with a good window for 9 months and had been given a job in the 3rd month because he had asked 11 times. I asked what the job was, and I asked it the way you ask a boy about a job, which is to say that I was already thinking about something else when he answered. And Tuck said, "Walking the rows." He said, "They have a thing where somebody goes out and looks at the drains 4 times a year, and it is a big field." So I said, I could do it every day, because I do not get tired, and he said that would be all right. Audrin said, "Every day." Tuck said, "Every day for 6 months." Then he said, "Well, you cannot just walk about not talking to anybody for 6 months, can you?" I want to be careful here, because I have heard this told as if the boy did it on purpose, and he did not, and the fact that he did not is the whole of it. Tuck walked 1,100 acres every day for 6 months, up and down 40,000 people, and he talked. That is what Tuck does. He talked about the mill horses, and the trick with standing still, and the cue and the rope, and the woman who gave her place away. He talked about Halvey shouting, and about Audrin's book, and about the jar in Meg Auber's window, and about the price of blue. And he talked about a girl who used to ask him whether it was cold out. He talked about her every few days for 6 months, because he was 15 and had lost his friend, and there was nobody out in that field to tell him to stop. He did not know they could hear him. He assumed they could not, because nobody had ever told him one way or the other, and it never once occurred to him to stop on that account. 9 months, 40,000 people who had been leased out in lots of 60 for 400 years, and a boy walked up and down over them every day for 6 of those months, telling them about a valley. Vasquez did not know either. I am as certain of that as I am of anything in this account, and it is the only mercy anywhere in the whole arrangement. He made his offer that evening, and he made it properly, at a table, with the terms written out, and I have the paper still. He wanted the 9 lines and the working of it, everything. How the asking is done, what the words are, what makes a refusal, and the whole of the register with the clauses and the reasons for the clauses. He offered the field, all of it, 1,100 acres and 40,000 people, and the leases and the factors and the 400 years of book handed over entire, and he would sign it and walk off it. Audrin said, and go where? He said it flatly, the way he says a figure, and it was the only question anybody asked in that room all evening. And Vasquez put his hand flat on his own book and said, nowhere. That is the thing I am buying. Then he said, I am 431 years old and the field holds me up. And if it stops being mine, I stop. And I have been trying to arrange that for about 90 years. Nobody said anything for a while. Then Iskadorn said, you killed 109 of ours and was Corey and 11 people in a hospital to get an appointment. And Vasquez said, yes. He said it without any softening at all. He said, I have been writing to 9 kingdoms for 90 years and none of them would receive me. And the moment I put 9,000 into a city, everybody came at once. Then he said, I am a quartermaster. I do the thing that works. Iska said, say her name. And Vasquez said, I do not know it. And Iska said, that is my point, and sat back in her chair and did not say another word for an hour. But I told him then I told badly, or I have always thought so. Audrin says I told it perfectly well, and that I only believe otherwise because of what came afterwards. I said, I am not going to trade you the register because it is not mine. It is at a gate in the open with 4,000 names on it, and Halvey wrote half the clauses and Iska wrote the rest, and neither of them is selling. Then I said, and you cannot have it anyway. You have already tried it. You went out in the 9th row with the plain words in your mouth, and you got nothing 11 times, and you have never worked out why. He said, then tell me why. And he leaned forward when he said it, and I understood that this was the thing he had bought a city to be able to ask. I said, because they can feel you. The road runs both ways, and it always has, and it is the first thing anybody learns. And every one of those 40,000 can feel, in the second you say it, that you cannot afford a no. I said, you are 400 years old and 1,100 acres wide, and you are made out of them saying yes, and you can say the words as beautifully as you like, and they will know. Vasquez sat there for a good while, with his hands still flat on his book. Then he said, and you can afford it. And there was nothing in the way he said it that was an accusation. And I said, I do not know. I have never had to find out at this size. Let us go and find out in front of everybody tonight, and neither of us will have to take the other's word for anything. I went out onto that field at dusk, and I did not go out onto it alone, and I have been glad of every one of them since. Audrin came with the book. Halvey came and stood at the wall and did not come further in, because she said somebody had to be able to see the whole of it. Kest came and sat down on the turf wall and did not speak for 11 hours. Iska stood at the north stone with the case. And Tuk came, because Tuk had walked it every day for 6 months, and it did not occur to him not to. And he came out with me and said, do you want to start at the 9th row? That is by here I usually start. We started at the 9th row, because that is where Tuk usually started, and because it was where a man had stood 400 years ago and asked wrong. I put my hands in the ground of that field, and I did the thing I had been doing for 7 years, and I did it exactly the same way. And the first difference was that I did not have to explain who I was. Somewhere out in the 400, before I had got to the end of the second sentence, a woman said, "Is that the one the boy talks about?" That is what it cost Vaskayat. 400 years of a perfect field and a book with every yard in it, and he lost the whole of it to a 15-year-old with a horse brush who had not been told to be quiet. The night was very long, and I am going to give the shape of it and not the whole, because the whole of it is 40,000 conversations, and nobody would sit through that. 8,000 at about the third hour, and something in my spine wrote itself down, and the ground came up, and I did not care because I could feel what it had given me, ash and soil, ground that has nothing left in it but a stain, which mattered more than I understood at the time. 12,000 by the 6th hour, 19 by the 9th, and somewhere past 19 I began to come apart, and it was not like the wall at the wet ford, and it was not like the running. It was the room, and the room was full, and I could feel the edges of people I had known for 7 years starting to go soft. I said, out loud, on my knees in the 9th row, with Audrin 11 feet away, holding a lamp, that I was going to have to stop. And Varric said, "No, you are not." Then, after a silence with 800 years in it, Varric said, "Take mine." I said, "You are a skull." And Varric said, "I am not a skull, boy. I am a room. I have been a room for 800 years, and I have never once been empty. And it is time you were told why I am still awake." It said, "I did not die." I stopped, the way they all stop, and I would not let go, and that is the whole of the answer, and I have been not saying it since the day you dug me out. 11,000. That is what Varric had been carrying alone in a hill in the dark since before anybody now living had a great-grandfather. 11,000 names out of its own war that it should have put down 800 years ago and would not. I asked why, and Varric said, "Because we were the last of us. And if I put them down, there would have been nobody left who had seen it, and I decided that somebody had to know what we were, and then I found out how long that takes." Then it said, "Ask them, every one of them, properly, the way you do it, and when they have gone, you will have room for the rest of that field, and I have waited 800 years for somebody who could do it correctly." That took the rest of the night, and I am not going to write it down. 11,000 people who had been in the dark inside a skull inside a hill since before the Harrow Gate, and every one of them got the plain words and a real no, and about 2,000 took it. The rest of them went out into that field and stood up with everybody else, and I want that recorded because Varric has never once mentioned it, and it is the single kindest thing anybody in this account has ever done. The 40,000 came up between the 9th hour of that night and the middle of the following afternoon, in ones and in families and in whole rows at a time. Not all of them. That is the number that matters, and it is the one everybody leaves out. And Audrin wrote it on the North Stone before we left, and it is still cut there. 9,411 of them said no, and Audrin has every one of those in the book as well, by number, because there was no other way to have them. They had been under that ground 400 years, and they had been carried in and out of 9 countries in lots of 60 for the whole of it. And when somebody finally asked them, 9,411 of them said they had had enough. I did not argue with a single one of them, and I did not go back to any of them a second time, and that is the only reason the other 30,000 and some ever got up at all. Vasquez watched the whole of it, from the turf wall from dusk until the following afternoon, and he did not sit down once, and at the end of it, he was still holding his book. Then he walked out into the 9th row and stood in front of about 400 of them and said out loud that he was sorry, and he did not embroider it and he did not explain himself. A woman near the front of them said, not unkindly and not knowing what she was doing, "Which one are you?" That is what 400 years buys. He had every one of them by number in a book, and not one of them had the first idea who he was, because a man who never learns a name is not a person to anybody. He is weather. He gave me his book on the last morning, 400 years of it in 9 different hands, all of them his, changing slowly across the pages the way a hand does. He said, "They are not in it." He said, "The numbers are correct to the yard, and there is not a name in 400 years, and that is the only thing I have to apologize for, and I have already done it, and I am not going to do it twice." Then he asked me to write them in. That was his whole request, not for himself. He asked whether somebody, at some point, would put the names in the field book against the numbers, because the numbers were good, and it would be a shame to lose the work. Audrin said, "I will do it myself." And Vasquez said, "Thank you." And then he sat down on the turf wall, and about 2 hours later, he was not there anymore. And there was a book and a coat and nothing else. and no one on that field made a sound. And then, on the last evening, I went and sat down in the middle of 1100 acres and did the thing I had come 400 miles and 7 years to be able to do. There is nothing where a burned name was. I have said that already, and it is exact, not a gap you can feel round. Nothing. So I could not find her because there was nothing to find, and I had known that for 7 years and had gone on knowing it while I collected 40,000 people. And I want to be honest and say I had not once had a plan. It was Halvi who said it, at the North Stone, in the dark, after she had watched me sit in the middle of 1100 acres, doing nothing for 2 hours. She said, "You are looking in the ground." I said, "That is where people are." And Halvi said, "Not that one. That one is not in the ground and never was. That one is in us." 4,000 people watched her stand at a river for 4 years. Meg Auber made a bed for her. Tuck went over a wall for her and got there 9 seconds late and has never said what he thinks that number was. And Tuck walked 1100 acres for 6 months telling 40,000 strangers about a girl who used to ask him whether it was cold out. I did not build her out of the ground. I built her out of everybody who remembered her, and it took the whole of that night and about 70,000 people. And rank 9 is not a thing I did. It is a thing they did with me holding the shape. As was awaken das Toin. Odrin has the number. 9,011 separate people put something in, and about half of them were on that field and had never met her and had only ever heard a boy talking. She came up at about 4 in the morning, which is when people die and which I have never been able to explain to anybody. She was 9 or 10. She had a tin cup. She stood in the 9th row on the Ober with 40,000 people standing round her and about 11 of us who had come 400 miles. And she looked at me. And then she said, "Is it cold out?" And I said, "Come inside and see." 30,589 people walked off the Ober with us, and the first thing that happened was an argument about where they were going. And it went on for 9 weeks, and it was the best 9 weeks of my life. Adrian wanted them counted before anything, and got that. And then he wanted them asked what they wanted, and about 11 people told him that was not how a migration works, and Audrin said, "It is now." 16,000 came west. The rest stayed on the plain, because a great many of them had been carried in and out of 9 countries for 400 years, and had opinions about which of those countries owed them something. The leases did not stop. That is the thing nobody expected, and I want it in here properly, because it is the largest change any of us made, and it was made by other people. 11 countries had been getting their canals cut and their harbors dredged out of that field for 400 years, and the work was still there and still needed doing. And about 9,000 of the returned looked at it and said, "We know how, and we will do it, and now it costs." Aldrin wrote the first contract on the north side of the Ober on a plank across 2 barrels, wages, hours, and a clause about who may be asked to go underground. And Vasquez's own factors signed it, because there was nobody else left to sign anything. Council of one of those cities argued for 2 years about paying dead men. Then their harbor silted a foot and they paid. We came home over the fen in the autumn, and I had 71,000 and some in me, and I have never felt lighter in my life because Varix had 11,000 fewer, and there was room to move about. Varix has been unbearable ever since. 800 years of holding an entire war in the dark without telling anybody, and the moment it put them down, it became the single most talkative object on this continent. It says it has opinions again. It says the opinions were in there the whole time and were being crushed. It has views on stock, on drainage, on Audrin's handwriting, and on the way I hold my head, which it says is worse now than it was when I was digging with the fork. The first evening in the valley, one of the 9,000 out of Varix's own war came and found me on the south face, and she was about 60 and had been a horse doctor, and she said, "Is it in there?" I said it was. She said, "Then let me tell you what it looked like, because I have been carrying that for 800 years, and I would like to put it down." And she stood on that slope in the dark and described it, the size of it, the color it went at evening, what 100 yards of it did to the light, and the sound the plates made when it moved, and the way people used to come out of the villages and stand in the road just to watch it go past. She said, "We thought it was the most beautiful thing anybody had ever seen, and we said so out loud, and none of us ever said it to its face, because you do not, do you?" Varix did not say one word for 4 days. On the 5th day, it said, "Well, the color was better in the spring," and I said nothing at all, and it has never mentioned the conversation since. Saza went inside on the 2nd night, and it took about 4 seconds, and there was nobody there but the two of them and me standing in the road like a barn. That is the whole of it, and I am not going to make it more than it was. Meg Auber's bed had been made up for 8 years and had been remade about 4 times as the ticking went, and she took her up the road and opened the door and said, "That one is yours. It always was." And Saja went in and stood in the middle of the room and looked at the bed and the fire and the jar in the window, and after a while she said, "Is it always this warm in here?" Meg said, "In the winter it is better." And Saja said, "Oh," and sat down on the floor in front of the fire, which is where she has slept ever since, and I have given up about the bed, and so has Meg. She still asks me whether it is cold out every day, and I answer her every day. And Halvi says I would not know what to do with a morning that did not start that way. And Halvi is right. School got a roof in the second year after the Ober, and only then did Odrin let it into the book under a name, because Odrin does not enter a thing until it has a roof. There are 211 living children in it now, and about 90 of the dead teaching, and it is not a gentle place, because Senate Arch is in it. She has 9 apprentices at a time, and she takes them at 11 years old, and she makes them shout the ash question back at her until they can do it in their sleep. And 3 of them have gone home to towns that had no colorist, and one of them has gone further than she ever did. Ambri Fall teaches drainage and takes nobody under 15 and works them in the wet, and his stone is on the head of the sluice with 11 names on it, and still not his. And there is now a second stone underneath it that the children put up without asking him, and he has never once looked at it. El came from the Onmir Guild for a fortnight and stayed 9 weeks and sent for his wife. And his wife runs the accounts of the whole school and is the only person in this valley Audrin is frightened of. Alvi took the 1100 back to the Harrow Gate in the 4th year, and she asked me not to come, and I did not come. And Audrin went because somebody had to count. It is a wall on a ridge in a county that has forgotten what happened on it, and there is a farm using the gatehouse for a buyer. And Halvi asked the farmer for the afternoon, and the farmer gave it to her because 1100 people were standing in his lane. She put them on that wall in their files, and she walked the length of it once, and she said their names, all of them, out loud, which took most of the afternoon, and then she said thank you and brought them home. She did not say anything else about it, and she has not been back. That evening, she went to the register at the gate and read the whole thing through, which she does about twice a year, and then she went and shouted at somebody about timber. Ondervel died in the 9th winter at 72, in his own bed, in his own house, with about half the valley standing about in the yard, getting in each other's way. He had signed the register second, under Iska's name, in the hand of a man who had not written much since he was a boy, and he had renewed it twice because Halvi's clause says 9 years and Halvi does not make exceptions. I asked him, and he said yes before I got to the end of it. And then he said, "I told you." And I said, "Told me what?" And he said, "I told you it was a favor, and you told me it was a right, and I have been waiting 11 years to be smug about it." He is on the wall gang. He is 72 forever, and he complains about the road and the noise and the money exactly as he did when he was alive. And his great-grandson is on the same gang, and the two of them do not speak while working, which they both say is professional. S signed the register in the 11th year, at 69 on a Thursday, and would not have anybody there but Audrin and the 2 witnesses the clause requires. He would not say why he had not signed before, and he would not say why he signed then. Audrin says he does not need to know, and neither do I, and that Kest read the 9 lines out loud himself when the witness offered, and got about halfway, and had to start again. Tuck never rode. I want that down plainly, because it is the one thing in this account that people try to give me, and I will not have it. Horses will not carry the dead, and they never have, and I have stopped hoping, and so has he. And the grey out of Vasket's stable came west with us, and lived another 11 years, and let Tuck stand about 4 feet off for every one of them. What he does instead is teach. He has 11 children out in the long field most mornings, living ones, and he is better at it than anybody has any business being. And the reason is that he is 15 and will be 15 forever, and none of them is frightened of him. Ondervel's great-grandson's girl took her first fence at 9 years old on a horse Tuck had spent 2 years standing next to, and Tuck was on the rail, and he made a noise that the whole valley heard. Audrin wrote the names into Vasquet's field book, all of them, against the numbers, in the same columns, in a hand that gets steadily worse over 4 years. It took him 4 years, 40,000 numbers going back 400 years, and against every number a name where anybody could give him one, and he got 31,000 of them, and he is still at it, and he will be at it when I have stopped. The 9,411 who said no are in there too, by number, with a mark beside them that Odrin invented, and that means asked and declined, and he made the mark up himself, and it has since gone into the codes of 4 kingdoms. The Wetford has 400 living households in it now, and a market on the 9th of every month. And there is a song about the chain across the water that gets the whole of it wrong, and that Andervel used to sing on purpose to annoy me. Meg Aber is 81 and runs a kitchen that feeds 900 and will not let anybody dead near the fat. She has 3 of Varix's rules on the wall in chalk and has crossed out 2 of them. Parents' Q book has 111,000 entries in it. Odrin says about a 5th of those went home with nothing because the person they came for was not in our ground or would not come. And he makes me say that number out loud twice a year at the gate, along with the good ones. That was Halvi's idea as well. She said, if you only read out the ones that worked, you are running a shrine. And I have never once been able to get round her on anything. Iskadorn holds the middle march and sits on the king's bench 9 days a year, which her great-grandfather did, and which nobody has ever once mentioned in her hearing except Halvi, who mentions it about annually. The register is law in 3 kingdoms and in 9 free cities, and it is exactly 9 lines long in every one of them. And every attempt to make it longer has been beaten by Iska in person. And the last time she did it, she was dead and had been for 6 years, and it made no difference to the arithmetic. Saro came once, in the 7th year on his own, on a gray mule, and nobody at the gate recognized him, and he did not tell them. He was 53 by then, and no longer commanded anything, and he stood at the gate for about an hour and read the board with his hat in his hands, all 4,060 of them, from the top. Then he came and found me, and he asked me one thing, and it was not what I expected. He said, the ones who say no, where do they go? And I told him the truth, which is that I do not know, and that nobody knows, and that Odrin says it is not a question with an answer in it. Anstos anskors tai. Saro stood there and thought about that. Then he said, good, and got back on his mule, and that is the last thing Vate Saro ever said to me, and I have never been able to decide what he meant by it, and I have had 20 years. Parent has the Q book still, 11 years, and then 20, and he trained the 2 after him, and neither of them is as good. He is grayer than Gat ever was, and he has never once left this valley, and about 4 times a year, he takes his little iron rod out of a drawer and looks at it and puts it back, and I have never asked, and he has never offered. Gat I never found. I am putting that down plainly, because people expect an ending on it, and there is not one, and I have stopped pretending there might be. He went north off that cart in the 3rd year, and he was seen in Andmir, and then in a town near the Salt, and then he was not seen. And I have looked, and Audrin has looked properly, and there is nothing. Somewhere in this country, there is a wide man in a good coat that was somebody else's, who is dead by now, in a hole, with a bar and a lamp and no name on any board. And every few years, I think about going to look for him, and I have not. 9 days after we came home, I went and stood on the crown of my own mound for the first time since the morning Halvi took it, and I looked down the valley in the dark at the lights. There were about 900 of them by then, and the smoke went up straight the way it does on a still night. And away at the far end the mill was running because Ambry Fall had put the race where the fall is. Varix said, well, then it said, 800 years I have been in this hill, and this is the first time anybody has bothered to carry me up to the top of it. And I said that it had never asked, and Varix said, no, I had not. We stood there a while. Then it said the only sentimental thing it has ever said to me, and it said it in the voice it uses for stock. It said, that will do, boy. I am going to give the last count now, and then I am going to stop, because Odrin has read it out at the gate twice a year for 20 years, and it is his more than it is mine. 71,008 names, 2 towns, a school, a hospital with 2 living doctors, 1,100 acres on the Ober, kept exactly as it was, because 30,000 people voted to keep it that way, and a wall at the Wetford that has never once been got over. 9,411 who said no on the Ober, and Roos and Murrow and Halder Saro and Wascori, and about 1,100 others across 20 years, all of whom got the plain words and a real no. and every one of whom is on a board somewhere with their name spelled right. And a girl of 9 or 10 with a tin cup who sleeps on a floor in front of a fire and asks me every single morning whether it is cold out. Now the thing I did not know for another 2 years and would not have believed, and which is the reason this is not a happy ending. And I am going to give it exactly as I had it. 600 miles east of the Ober, past the salt and past the dead ground, there is a valley that has been empty for 600 years. It is the 9th entry in the book Sarah put on a table in front of my wall. 91,000 people, and no city, and nothing living in it since before the order had 9 houses, and no army has gone into it in 600 years because none has ever come out. Nothing has moved in that valley since. That is on the record in 4 kingdoms, and it is the only thing about the place that everybody agrees on. In the autumn of the year, we came home. In the week, the 16,000 crossed the fen. Something at the bottom of that valley opened its eyes. I do not know what it looks like. I have never seen it, and neither has anybody who came back. What I have is from 3 men who were 9 miles off on a ridge with a flock they should not have had there, and 2 of them will not talk about it now. They say the ground went, not shook, went over about 11 acres and settled again, and after that there was a sound in that valley for 4 days like a mill running underneath the earth. And on the 4th day of that sound, according to all 3 of them and in the same words, it counted. That is the word all 3 of them used, and none of them could explain it. And one of them said it was like standing next to a man doing sums out loud in a language you do not have. It went on for most of a day, and then it stopped. Because something had moved. 71,000 names had come up out of the ground in 1 year, 400 miles west of it, and whatever is at the bottom of that valley had felt the whole of it, the way I feel a shape go soft. Then it said one thing, and the shepherds heard it, and it was not loud, and all 3 of them give it the same and always have. It said, nobody asked me. 3 men, 9 miles off, in the dark, and they all give it the same 4 words. And then it gave an order. They could not hear the words of it, and it was not in any language they had, but they knew what it was, because you always do. And inside about a quarter of an hour, there was movement on the whole of that valley floor from one side to the other. 9 miles off, on a ridge, 3 men picked up a flock in the dark and went west, and one of them walked 11 days without stopping to tell somebody, and the somebody he chose was me.
This is a story about a man who did the same job twice. In the first life, he sat beside a bed and stayed awake while somebody else did the hardest thing they would ever do, and when his own turn came, the room was empty. In the second, he had claws the size of a plow blade and a war for a body. And he did exactly the same job, and the only thing that changed was how many people were in the room. He never once forced anybody. He asked, and he let the answer be no, and 30,000 people who had been carried about like freight for 400 years stood up for him because of it. Power is not what you can take out of a person. It is what you are willing to hear them refuse.